Chapter 1423. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan asked solemnly, "Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangxin when they take over your body." Ha ha ha. Yin Shi laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's expression grew more serious. "All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you," Yin Shi said, shaking his head. "Roar." Yin Chuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yin Shi. At this moment, Yin Chuan did not resist and allowed Yin Chuan to devour him. Boom! Yin Shi was swallowed by Yin Chuan. Yin Shi knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangxin's body surged into Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Corpse chi surged around Yin Chuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse chi in the center. As he refined Yin Shi, Yin Chuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack! 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 The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom! They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time they were scarlet. Boom! Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar! Yin Chuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Boom! Yin Chuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven? Within the corpse chi, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black chi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Yin Chuan gradually returned to his human form. "Congratulations, Yin Di!" the humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that despise had disappeared, and Yin Chuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. "Same to you, explosive beast kings." Yin Chuan smiled. As Yin Chuan's strength increased, the explosive beast king's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding beast kings. "You must have seen what happened at the East Sea today." Yin Chuan smiled. "Yes." The explosive beast king nodded. "Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to provoke you are all peerless experts. The former golden sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the great Jin country. Today, I invite you to join the great Jin country. As the Legion commander, I sincerely invite the explosive beast king." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Legion commander?" The explosive beast king looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, "Sorry. It's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know," Yin Chuan said. "Okay." The explosive beast king nodded. Just as Yin Chuan was about to leave, rumble! The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble! More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan swallowed the world of contempt. Pan Gung asked. "I didn't expect this, but it's good." Pan Ding shook his head. "Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns." Pan Gung nodded. So many heavenly demons? The heavenly demon realm is open? So soon? Is the snake tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The snake tribe? Fushi. Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea, the heavenly demons swept toward Yin Chuan and the explosive beast king. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. "The person who sealed you is finally coming out," Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The explosive beast king glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong? Yen Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons, was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wenrua, the great Jin army's commander. Yen Chuan. Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The explosive beast king was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yen Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom. The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive beast king was still in shock. After all, the explosive beast king could not tell if Yen Chuan was an ally or an enemy. How have you been all these years? Yen Chuan asked gently. I became Fushi's disciple, and he taught me the way of the guqin. Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding beast king looked even more upset. Yen Chuan, you know her? What is she doing here? The explosive beast king shouted. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan, and then at the explosive beast king. I'm here to take you to my master. Oh, he's the one who sealed me. He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts? The explosive beast king asked. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Yen Chuan, what do you say now? The explosive beast king looked at Yen Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive beast kings back. You still want to go back? Yen Chuan frowned. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later, okay? Meng Rongrong said. Later? Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. I'm going back with the explosive beast kings. Don't stop me. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yen Chuan, are you going to break your promise? The explosive beast king shouted. Yen Chuan had promised to help the explosive beast king stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive beast kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yen Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment he felt bitter. Don't worry. Meng Rongrong suddenly said. What? Yen Chuan was confused. Let me play a song. If the explosive beast kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yen Chuan was surprised. Ha ha, ha ha, girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song. The explosive beast kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan expectantly. Yen Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the great Jin dynasty was determined to get the explosive beast king. There was no room for any accidents during the competition, but this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you. Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yen Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yen Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive beast kings asked. Exploding beast king, Rongrong is my fiancé. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fushi will be able to help you. Yen Chuan promised. The explosive beast kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive beast kings and said, Fushi's guqin is called Fate. Fate. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Rongrong suddenly played the guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yen Chuan and the explosive beast kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yen Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai. Bai. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai. Grandpa, Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, my name is Ing. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yin Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment he recalled them in detail. Yin Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils, who were flying around in fear, also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yin Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast Kings said in fear. The future. Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fuxi. Let's go now. The explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yin Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King? Yin Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yindi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future. The explosive Beast King said. All right, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yin Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King. But she had ruined it. Yin Chuan, I'm sorry. Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here. But it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, this is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light, and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yin Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fuxi knows what I'm going to do. Yin Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future. Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole, and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive Beast King asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan reluctantly. I will be back. Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then he stepped into the hole with the explosive Beast King. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the East Sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yin Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yin Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining despise, his Jiangchen body had grown even stronger. Yin Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace. Outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan? Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner South continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer East continent. It's only an ocean away from the Great Qin city, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good, good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yin Chuan in the East Sea, Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha ha ha, Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yin Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time, very well, Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess, Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Humph, Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the Great Qin Heavenly Court, Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar! The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom! The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner South continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly Dragon Vein Power, Big Dipper shouted. Roar! Roar! On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom! 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 Most of the Heavenly Dragon Vein power entered Big Dipper's body. But some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom! The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, these are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the Heavenly Dragon Vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer, Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts? Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin, Big Dipper said. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted. Citizens of the Great Xingtian Court, listen up. Today is a big day in the Great Xingtian Court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom! His voice spread throughout the Great Xingtian Court. The entire inner South continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the Great Xingtian Court had only moved to the inner South continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom! The surging energy was like a golden river, as it poured into the Golden Dragon of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence roared and swooped down, as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha ha! Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change! Boom! Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Boom! The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the Golden Dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The Golden Dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent. At the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent. At the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the Golden Dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the Outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the Golden Dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful Golden Dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good, good, good. Ming Tianhan, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianhan nodded. Children, follow me to the Great Qin city. Big Dipper laughed. Roar! The 300 monsters roared. Boom! The Golden Dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood at the top of a plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sage Yang walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shapeshifting? Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Ming Tianhan nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven realm. Ha ha ha, Big Dipper? He's going to cause trouble for Yin Chuan? Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yin Chuan suffer a calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qing Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom! Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared, and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yin Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No great enmity. You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qing Long to trick me out of my sword of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I can take back my sword of force. Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal. So why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Haha, you can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the great Jin nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the great Jin nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you are someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong deep in your bones. Yin Chuan said. How bold. Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God's side. Yin Chuan said. At the same time, in the great Qing Heavenly Court's capital, Ming Tianhan looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the great Qing Heavenly Court, listen up. We have something important to announce. Ming Tianhan yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the providence cloud sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhan trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We Ming Tianhan are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I Fu Su will enter the Great Jin Nation and serve Yin Chuan as Emperor and Yin Chuan as Father. The inner South Continent will belong to the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom! The surging providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jin Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I Fu Su will enter the Great Jin Heavenly Court and worship Yin Chuan as the Emperor and Yin Chuan as my father. The inner South Continent is now the territory of the Great Jin Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom! The surging providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch Heavenly Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su, how did this happen? That young master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years? Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha ha ha, as expected. I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the Celestial Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Qing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Jin Heavenly Court? How did the Celestial Arch suddenly become Yin Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned. Especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Jin Heavenly Court. The Great Qing Heavenly Court disappeared? Boom! The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the Celestial Arch was gone, the Celestial Thearch's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tiangang was completely stunned. Tiangang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yin Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Jin Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yin Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me? Tiangang shouted in despair. Yin Chuan's son? How was this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yin Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yin Chuan's son. Surging power surged into Dezhen's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level experts. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yin Chuan's voice spread across the outer east continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yin Chuan and entered Yin Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into Dezhen, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yin Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yin Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer east continent and the inner south continent, surged. Yin Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the heavenly court. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer east continent were shocked. Crown Prince. Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer south continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yin Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rosefinch stood in Rosefinch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner south continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No, he had been tricked by Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously. Humph. Capture these demons. Yin Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Qiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the great Qin city. Boom! The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the great accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the great Qin city was incredibly intense. Yin Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tiangang, loud noises could be heard as well. Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, Hai, boom. As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yin Chuan. Boom! Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation? Emperor Rosefinch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper? Looks like Yin Chuan is determined to win this time, the Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the second epoch, it was said that the Great Emperor karmic position appeared, and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 great emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the demon tribe were the most likely to obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated, as they were able to compete with the other great emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position from the 9 great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained, "Oh, this is the formation. They want to use this formation to seize the Great Emperor karmic position? Yes." Unfortunately, there were only 9 Great Emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other great emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head. What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item? Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies? The Ice Goddess said in shock. Of course they know. However, do you really think that the great emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said. Oh, no one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the great emperors should still be careful, especially Great Emperor Ziwei. He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several great emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other great emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them were left. The Ice Goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the second epoch collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked. I'm not sure. The Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yin Chuan and Tiangang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tiangang is a transcendent after all. With Yin Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said. Tiangang is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qinglong snatched the treasure from Tiangang because of Yin Chuan's scheme. Tiangang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qinglong had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tiangang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qinglong, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh. Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qinglong fought against the Tongtian sect leader, Hua Qiliang, Emperor and Yin Chuan. Tiangang was not much weaker, so Yin Chuan alone could deal with him? No, even if Yin Chuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tiangang. right? Master, is Yanchuan going to lose? Not necessarily. Oh, back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yanchuan's world-suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yanchuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yanchuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tiangang so early if he wasn't confident. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the Great Qin City, the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yanchuan versus Tiangang. Surrounding the two of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tiangang. The dragon bone wings on Yanchuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tiangang from behind. Yanchuan was facing Tiangang. Boom! The two of them grabbed each other. Yanchuan's palms pierced into Tiangang's chest, but Tiangang's hands also pierced into Yanchuan's abdomen. However, when Tiangang's hands collided with Yanchuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yanchuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tiangang's expression changed. Roar! Yanchuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yanchuan was not happy because Yanchuan felt that although the Heavenly Dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary, the golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tiangang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form, Yanchuan said in a deep voice. The golden dragon Tiangang coldly snorted. Now, we finally understand why you only came to the Great Qin City today. Yanchuan revealed a cold smile. Oh, Tiangang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage. Yanchuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes? That's right. You're not afraid of death, because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal, an endless seal and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the Great Thousand World, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yanchuan said with a cold smile. Tiangang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yanchuan was right. So what? Tiangang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Yanchuan shouted. Roar. The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World Suppression Seal. Yanchuan shouted. The World Suppression Copper Coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the World Suppression Copper Coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tiangang's aura at all. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tiangang. The golden dragon Tiangang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant, it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations. trapping Tian-gang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The world suppression copper coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation retreated. Only Yin Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yin Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tian-gang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tian-gang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! Yin Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations? At most, you can trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tian-gang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Yin Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fuxi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yin Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yin Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the sealing sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were 3 massive spheres. The 3 spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great Kiliacosm world? Where is this? Tian-gang in the sealing sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan said. The edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Tian-gang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yin Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tian-gang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float to will depend on your luck. Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard Yin Chuan. I don't want to go back. Tian-gang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tian-gang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tian-gang away, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention. Fuxi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yin Chuan looked at the other 3 worlds. The other 3 worlds are closing in faster? At this speed, the 4 worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years? Yin Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yin Chuan it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yin Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yin Chuan back to the great Qin city. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yin Chuan returned. Outside the great Qin city, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor. The group of national beasts said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay. Everyone responded and flew over. Yin Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow, Yin Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tian-gang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tian-gang was free again. Tian-gang roared angrily. Yin Chuan. Standing in the darkness, Tiangang looked at the 4 worlds. Of the 4 huge worlds, 3 of them were closing in on the first world. Tiangang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tiangang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly a voice sounded. Tiangang, where are you going? The voice sounded in Tiangang's ears. Master, I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yin Chuan. Tiangang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Humph. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am master. I was tricked by Yin Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yin Chuan. Tiangang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. I am master. Tiangang said helplessly. Chapter 1427. The battle in the Great Qin city continued. Although Tiangang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the Great Qin city continued. Meanwhile, in the inner south continent, at the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. Who are you? The golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of the second epoch who was subdued by Tiangang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tiangang planted you in some of the key cities of the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Now that Tiangang has been defeated, there are only 2 paths ahead of you. The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. Submit to Dezhun and return with us, or resist Dezhun and be captured by us. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, with just you. The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. It seems like you want to resist? That's good too. The black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Dezhun was more willing to capture him than subduing him? Attack! The black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner south continent. Some second epoch experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin city. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin city, the battle outside the Great Qin city had already reached its end. All the demons have been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Qing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, Dezhun's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yin Chuan stood in front of Dezhun's officials and looked at Fu Su. Greetings, father. Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also Earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the first world. My son has done well. Yin Chuan helped Fu Su up. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Yin Chuan supported Yang, the head of the Qing officials. The officials stood up one after another. The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune. Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Shangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke. Fu Su said. The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the crown prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior. Yang said. All right, there's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Shang Yang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Zhen. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Everyone replied. Fu Su Shang Yang. Yan Chuan looked at the two of them. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them replied. The Great Zhen has just entered the inner south continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Si to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner south continent. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. The two of them replied. Li Si stepped forward and said yes. Yifeng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world. Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the Great Zhen of the Netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yan Chuan? Ming Tianhan? No Fu Su? Father and son? They are father and son? The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. Men! Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yan Chuan. Emperor Rosefinch said. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Half a year later, in the Great Qin City upper study room. Celestial Emperor, the inner south continent is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled. Li Si said. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent. Li Si continued. The White Tiger Emperor? Yan Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm. The Turtle Snake North. He controls the Northern Outer Continent with the Nether River Patriarch. Li Si said. The Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor? They share the Northern Outer Continent of the Netherworld, and there are no conflicts? Yan Chuan said. According to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the 10 Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the 10 Halls. Li Si said. It seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall? Yan Chuan said seriously. Yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable. Li Si said. What about the Northern Inner Continent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Zhen Celestial Court, the 10 Halls of the Nether River, and the Undying Dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Si nodded. What about the Yang Realm? Yan Chuan asked. Li Si stepped down, and Yifeng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven Continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven Continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference Continent at an extremely fast speed. Yifeng said. Oh, he has occupied 2 continents in such a short time? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yifeng said. The Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor. Do you still remember the Kong family's demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yifeng said. That's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei celestial realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yifeng said. What a big appetite. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The southwest circumference continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The southeast circumference continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The northeast circumference continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfang Bubi of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible, Yifeng said. In the Yang realm, the east circumference continent is the land of Dezhun. The south circumference continent is the land of the Kong family. The west circumference continent is the land of Wu Zhao, and the north circumference continent is the celestial realm of Qinglong? Yin Chuan said. Yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm Xianying. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong, Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcate's star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. The Alcate had been dim ever since Yin Chuan took Pejun to Xianying and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcate was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcate had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Pejun has disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Pejun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Pejun. Then, the purple light faded, and Pejun also disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great, Yin Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation? It seems like Pejun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Gigazi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Pejun recover? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes, standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei Saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Pejun, who had disappeared from the Xianying prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhangju. Now he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Pejun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. 2 people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz! Torrential energy poured into Pejun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei's star shone brightly. As the North Star shone brightly, the dim army destroyer star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The 2 people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner defeating armies has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Pejun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yen Chuan that day. I was captured by Yen Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yen Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was in his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yen Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yen Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yen Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer. But for some reason, Yen Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yen Chuan's life chart, and Yen Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So, defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan? Life chart sharing technique? Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yen Chuan know it? Is Yen Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yen Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yen Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yen Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm? It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Huang from the Third Era? Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So it's really Yen Chuan? We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yen Chuan? My Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianying to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Wu Chu finally nodded. Also my lord, Dezhun is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the second era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral power strengthen the soldiers of Dezhun. Apart from me, Yen Chuan has also captured many people. A large number of second-era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers? No wonder the number of Dezhun's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qing Long. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers? We've indeed underestimated Dezhun in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yen Chuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers? Heh. Yen Chuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you, defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help Wuxia. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianying City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianying City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tong Tian. Yen Di, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh. Yen Chuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tong Tian went to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qing Long went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun. Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun? Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hong Jun's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong. Sun Wukong explained. And then, Our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Yendi, Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tong Tian sends a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yin Chuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came there was a small confrontation. Perhaps, Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know, Yin Chuan nodded. Go and tell Tong Tian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yin Di on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank. He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time, I won't stand him up. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yin Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Gigazi said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, and Tong Tian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous, Gigazi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Gigazi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yin Chuan looked at Gigazi. That's right. Gigazi nodded. Let him find the Jiangchen's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yin Chuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message, Gigazi said solemnly. Also continue to search for news of Dongfang Bubi. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't conquer the northeast continent, and instead attacked the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Bubi is definitely not simple in the second era, Yin Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later, Yin Chuan's six-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianying and quickly headed west. Not long after Yin Chuan left Xianying in his human form, the news of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang realm or the Netherworld, Pejuan's encounter in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai continent. Pejuan? Depriving the stars of their power? No wonder Yin Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin city with my lord were also. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, the formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the number of experts in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court grows, Yin Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yin Chuan? Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperor's White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Qing Long. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the second era, who were connected to the stars, were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Heavenly Court with strong hostility. Chapter 1429. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. Golden Celestial Realm. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage stopped outside the central main hall, outside the Golden Palace. Who are you? A group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the sky. Outside the dragon carriage stood Bai Qi and Jin Daiyu. The Celestial Emperor of Dezhun requests to meet the Golden Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi shouted. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance quickly flew back to report. However, after flying for a while, Quang, the Golden Palace's door opened. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Miao was pestering zombie Yin Chuan. Miao, Yin Chuan, you're going to the west. Why don't you let me go? I want to go too. Miao immediately shouted. Yin Chuan smiled. There's nothing fun in the dragon carriage flying. Let's wait for the future. After the sky-burying coffin fuses, I won't be able to teleport items. However, you can teleport to my body. You have the black gold nest. If I need anything, I'll let you know. But Sister Yushi is going too. Miao was still brooding. Yu Shi and Wu Jiong are related by blood. Therefore, I'll bring her along. Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, I want to play too. Meow said, feeling wronged. Don't worry. If there's anything fun, I'll definitely call you. Yin Chuan coaxed. Alright. Meow felt helpless. Yang Realm South Sea. South Sea was located in the center of the South Outer Continent, the Southeast Continent, and the Southwest Continent. There was a huge dragon palace in the western part of South Sea. It was similar to the East Sea Dragon Palace in the past, just slightly smaller. Dragon Palace Main Hall, South Sea Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, an old man was sitting on a dragon throne. A group of subordinates stood on both sides. In the center, there was a thin man with an arrogant air. Old Dragon Emperor, Jizun asked me to invite you to the West Outer Continent. The thin man smiled. The old man took a deep breath and said, Didn't I pass down the South Sea Dragon race to that unfilial son? Didn't he already submit and become an ancestor? Why are you still here? You're the former South Sea Dragon King. Although you've given the dragon race to your son, don't you still have half of it? Moreover, the Supremes are also. The thin man laughed. Bastard. The old Dragon Emperor of the South Sea shouted. That's the responsibility of the Dragon Clan for generations. Ancestor Cheng destroyed the seal of the East Sea's eye, and now he wants to destroy the seal of the South Sea? The old Dragon Emperor immediately rebuked. Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. The Western Outer Continent is facing an unprecedented crisis. That's why we want to open the seal. I hope old Dragon Emperor can help us. The thin man smiled. Crisis? Crisis? What kind of danger was this? He had become Wu Jiong's dog, and now he wanted to drag the entire dragon race down with him? No, Scram, the South Sea does not welcome you. The old Dragon Emperor angrily rebuked. Just as the old Dragon Emperor was about to chase them away, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the old Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace also changed their expressions. You traitor, you tricked us to be here. But you secretly broke the seal of the Ocean Eye? The old Dragon Emperor immediately cried out in alarm. Boom! A group of people quickly rushed out and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Soon, they arrived at the place where the loud noise came from. On the ground, a large number of prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying haphazardly on the ground. A large amount of turbid sea mud stirred up the center of the sea, making it impossible to see what was inside. Squeak! Squeak! Within the murky seawater, the sound of babies laughing could be heard. This is... The old Dragon Emperor's face sank. He waved his hand. Boom! The turbid sea mud quickly settled down, revealing a strange monster in the center. The monster's appearance was extremely cute. It had a huge pink head that looked like a jelly, 2 big sparkling eyes, and 8 huge tails that were 30 feet long. The 8 10-meter-long tails were of different colors, and as they swayed, the seawater churned. Yeah, yeah. The monster let out an adorable cry. There were hundreds of black-robed experts in the surroundings, and below them was a cavern. There was a dragon-shaped seal on the cavern, and there was a small crack in the seal. The monster came out from that crack. The seal was broken? The old Dragon Emperor's face changed. Catch it! The hundreds of black-robed experts immediately shouted. Boom! The group of people grabbed at the monster. Yeah. The monster seemed to be extremely happy as it pounced at the group of people. In the blink of an eye, the monster and the black-robed experts got closer. It was as if they were relatives that they hadn't seen for many years, and they were extremely happy. I'll do it, haha. An expert immediately rushed to the front and stretched out his hand to grab the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and its mouth strangely grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than its entire body. Oh, it swallowed the expert at the front in one gulp. What? Everyone's face changed. The monster's mouth returned to its original size, and it seemed to be enjoying eating a person. Yeah. The monster quickly pounced at the group. World exterminating heaven slash. A massive sword beam cut through the waves and headed straight for the monster. Oh, the sword light was swallowed. What? Let's attack together. Rumble. All sorts of saber lights and sword lights rushed towards the monster. Many heavy attacks hit the monster's body, but they were instantly repelled by the monster's elastic skin. But when they entered the monster's mouth, they were like the best nourishment. Owa, owa, owa. The monster ate happily and continuously. Any attacks that hit its body were repelled, and it ate everything that came close. Eat, eat, eat. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of experts were eaten. Boom! An expert who had merged with the heavenly Tao hid from the monster in fear. Ya. The monster charged forward. Owa! It seemed to have bitten the heavenly Tao, and it swallowed the ancestral Immortal, who had merged with the heavenly Tao. No. Miserable cries could be heard all around. The monster was incomparably happy, and it swallowed everywhere. The old dragon emperor looked from afar, and his face turned pale. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? The eighth divine beast? The old dragon emperor said in shock. Dragon emperor, what's a heaven-devouring tailed beast? Is it more powerful than the explosive beast that appeared in the East Sea? The explosive beast can only be considered the ninth divine beast in the world, but this is the eighth divine beast. What do you think? No, legend has it that the eighth divine beast is only temporary. This monster can devour everything, digest everything, and refine the abilities of other divine beasts. If it can eat the seventh divine beast, it will evolve into the seventh divine beast. If it eats the sixth divine beast, it will evolve into the sixth divine beast. In any case, it can evolve. Legend has it that when it first appeared, it was only ranked at the 15th. Evolve? Is it that powerful? The heaven-devouring tailed beast is called the heaven-devouring beast. It can eat anything, even the heavens. Its tyrannical attribute allows it to ignore everything and devour everything. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. The old dragon emperor said in horror. Boom! In the distance at the seal, another tail emerged from within. Not good. There is more than one heaven-devouring tailed beast in the seal. The old dragon emperor's expression changed. What do we do now? I'll go reinforce the seal. You guys run to the surrounding weaves and report to the city lords. Tell them to evacuate the people. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is here. No one can escape. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old dragon emperor roared. No, dragon emperor, it is dangerous. Only one came out now. If all of them come out, it will be over. If they continue to grow, no one in the world will be able to stop them. They will be invincible and devour everything. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old dragon emperor shouted. Under the dragon emperor's orders, the dragon kings quickly flew to the various territories to report. The closest territory to this place was the eternal territory of the outer south continent. When a dragon king rushed into a city lord's residence and reported everything, the city lord had a disapproving look on his face. Devour everything? Are you kidding? There are many experts in the world. How can a divine beast compare to the lord of the outer south continent and the great emperors? The city lord was unconvinced. However, he still sent people to the southern sea to investigate. The dragon kings had no choice but to go to other cities. However, they did not believe that the heaven-devouring tailed beast was powerful. A few days later, a city in the eternal territory welcomed a heaven-devouring tailed beast. In one night, all the living beings in the city were gone. Not only were they gone, but the entire city was gone. All the palaces and formations were eaten. In the end, only a small number of cultivators managed to escape. They watched as the heaven-devouring tailed beast ate the entire city, then the ground. It drilled a huge hole and disappeared without a trace. When the news spread, the entire eternal territory was in an uproar. At the same time, news came from the southern sea. All the dragons in the southern sea, including the old dragon emperor, were eaten. Not a single one was spared. Even the richly decorated dragon palace was eaten. In the eternal territory, a heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it became stronger. Eat, eat, eat. No matter what cultivator it encountered, they were all eaten. Countless holes were gnawed on the ground. The appearance of the monster caused countless cultivators in the eternal territory to panic. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. Outer South Continent, outside the Imperial Palace. The patriarch of the Kong family, Peacock Z, was reading a secret letter. Eternal territory, heaven-devouring tailed beast? Peacock Z's eyes narrowed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Inform the palace masters to follow me to the eternal territory, to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z glared. Yes. Ring Southwest Continent. Celestial Longevity Realm. In a large hall, a black-robed man stood. He held a black long sword, and had a dignified expression. My lord, 7 kills. One of the subordinates said. I've already looked into the matter. It's true. There are heaven-devouring tail beasts sealed in the sea eye of the South Sea, and all of the South Sea dragonfolk have been eaten. One of the heaven-devouring tail beasts even entered the everlasting domain and devoured everything. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? That heaven-defying divine beast? Haha. Inform the 12 fiends to follow me to the southern sea, to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. 7 kills said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang respectfully reported to zombie Yin Chuan. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? It's actually a heaven-devouring tailed beast? Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Is the heaven-devouring tailed beast really that powerful? Lu Gang asked curiously. Zhong Shan, the transcendent of the greater 1,000 domains, refined a heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, it was no longer the 8th divine beast. It had devoured a large number of divine beasts. In my first life, I had already devoured the 2nd divine beast and took its place. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The 2nd divine beast in the world? That's right. Heaven-devouring tailed beast? There's actually a large number of heaven-devouring tailed beasts sealed in the southern sea? Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, Ring Southeast Continent. Yin Chuan brought Mo Yushi and looked at Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor, I'll take my leave first. See you again. Golden Emperor nodded solemnly. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi Bai Qi, and Jin Du stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar. The dragon carriage roared and flew into the sky. To the southern sea, the eternal territory. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Roar. The 6 dragons roared and flew towards the southwest. Chapter 1430. Emperor Micro Celestial Realm. Middle Heaven Continent. Inside a large hall, defeating armies stood before a man in white scholarly robes. Wen Chu, my lord asked me to help you deal with the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Defeating armies said with a frown. Wen Chu smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Great Zhou is in a hurry right now. I know you followed my lord's orders, but everything can be changed. The West Outer Continent is in a stalemate, and you can't do anything for now. Right now, the most important thing is the humiliation you've suffered all these years. Defeating armies frowned. According to the scouts, Yin Chuan came out of the Gold Celestial Realm and headed southwest. It seems that he also received news of the heaven-devouring beast. Wen Chu said solemnly, that should be it. Defeating armies nodded. Go. It has always been the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm bullying others. We've never been bullied. Since Yin Chuan came out to seek death, we'll deal with him. Wen Chu said. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with gratitude. Many thanks. Ha 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 ha. You and I have worked together since the 2nd epoch. There's no need to be so polite. I have to watch over the West Outer Continent and not leave. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to take revenge. Wen Chu laughed. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Yin Chuan. Since he came out, he can forget about going back. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with a vicious light. We'll go with you. A voice suddenly called out from outside the hall. 3 tall and sturdy men slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Greed Wuchu Jumen? Defeating armies was taken aback. One accident is enough. This time, we'll go with you and let the rascals of the world understand the consequences of offending the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm. Greed said. Okay. Defeating armies nodded. The 4 captains of the Emperor Micro Celestial Realm soared into the sky and headed for the South Outer Continent. Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain was currently facing a calamity from the heavens. Yeah. The heaven-devouring beast let out a joyful baby-like cry. It was like a demon had descended. Everywhere it went, it devoured everything. One city after another was devoured. One mountain after another was devoured. And one piece of land after another was devoured. It was as if there was nothing it wouldn't eat. As time passed, the eternal domain had long since become a living hell. In a huge city, countless Xiuzha ran out of the city in terror. Ya. In the void, the 8 shadows condensed into 8 huge tails. As the tails swayed, the void shook. Some experts who wanted to fly out of the city were immediately pulled back by the swaying tails. Help! Don't eat me! Father, mother, save me! Master! The entire city was filled with cries of grief. Outside the city, Peacock Z rushed over with nearly 1,000 Xiuzha. Right here? Peacock's eyes lit up. Far off in the distance, a 300-meter-long heaven devourer-tailed beast could be seen swinging its tail, stirring up everything around it. The heaven devourer-tailed beast opened its mouth wide and devoured everything around it. Didn't the letter say that the heaven devourer beast was at most 30 meters long? Why is it 1,000 feet now? A person at the side asked with a frown. The sky-devouring tailed beast has grown stronger and bigger? Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. It is indeed a good treasure. With this divine beast, we are no different from an army. Everyone, follow me to capture this heaven devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z called out. Okay. The Xiuzha replied. Boom. The Xiuzha rushed into the city. The heaven devourer-tailed beast had been happily devouring the people in the city, and countless buildings flew into its mouth. Suddenly it sensed experts approaching and looked over. Nearly 1,000 peerless experts. The stronger they were, the more the heaven devourer-tailed beast liked them. The sudden arrival of experts naturally made the heaven devourer-tailed beast happy. Ya. Ignoring everything around it, the heaven devourer-tailed beast pounced, looking as happy as if it had met a family member. Boom! The two sides clashed. 6 hours later, Peacock Z led 500 experts and fled the city in a sorry state. They were all covered in wounds and shocked. How is this possible? How can the heaven devourer-tailed beast be so strong? It's only been a while, and half of us are dead? Peacock Z muttered. Patriarch, that heaven devourer-tailed beast is too strong. If not for the fact that we split up and ran, we would have been wiped out. Someone said bitterly. The more it is so, the more I want to get it. As long as I can refine one heaven devourer-tailed beast, I will use unlimited resources to make it stronger and stronger. In the future, I won't have to live under the protection of the ancestors. Peacock Z's eyes flashed with determination. But we are no match for it. It's fine. Isn't there another eye in the South Sea? There must be weaker heaven devourer-tailed beasts there. You, inform the others to head to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Peacock Z said. Yes. Let's go to the eye of the South Sea. Peacock Z shouted. Above the South Sea. Roar. Roar. The 6th dragon carriage roared, and Yen Chuan and the others arrived at the eye of the South Sea. For this trip, Yen Chuan only brought Jin Dayu, Bai Qi, and Mo Yuxi. Stop. Bai Qi yelled. The dragon carriage stopped abruptly. Yen Chuan and Mo Yuxi walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage and looked at the eye of the sea in the distance. At the eye of the sea, 2 forces were fighting. One of them was led by Peacock Z, who held the peacock plume in his hand. Behind him were close to 10,000 cultivators. On the other side was a man in a black robe, who held the hilt of a black sword in his hand. He looked very handsome. Behind him were a group of subordinates. Heavenly Emperor, that's the commander of the 6th Army under the Longevity Emperor, Qi Sha. Rumor has it that he is slightly weaker than Jun Pe, but he is still at the 15th tier of the martial heaven, about the same as Ju in the past. Bai Qi explained. Qi Sha, Yen Chuan said solemnly. In the distance, Peacock Z glared angrily. Qi Sha, the heaven devourer-tailed beasts here are ours. Ha. This is the South Sea between our 2 forces. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? There's a heaven devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain. Why don't you go and capture it? Qi Sha sneered. Although Peacock Z had brought 10,000 people, Qi Sha was not afraid. In fact, he did not even care about them. If not for Kong Huangtian, he would not have wasted his breath on Peacock Z. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the distance. It was Yen Chuan and his group. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked over coldly. Yen Chuan. Peacock Z frowned. Qi Sha stared at Mo Yushi. More accurately, he was staring at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Dark Phoenix. Qi Sha looked at Mo Yushi in the distance with a serious expression. Yen Chuan, what are you doing here? Do you want to fight with my Kong family for the Heaven Devourer-tailed beast? Peacock Z glared. Yen Chuan smiled faintly. I already know about the eternal domain. Peacock Z asked. Peacock Z Qi Sha? I think you're both determined to get the Heaven Devourer-tailed beast. Yen Chuan smiled. What? You want to interfere too? Qi Sha suddenly smiled evilly. Peacock Z frowned at Yen Chuan. The Heaven Devourer-tailed beast is still sealed. Why don't you take it out, and take a look before deciding who it belongs to? Yen Chuan smiled. What do you mean? Peacock Z did not understand. I'm sure everyone has their own sources of information. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea sacrificed himself to repair the seal. But before this, do you remember that only one heaven-devouring tailed beast came out? Why is there only one? Are the others slow to react? Yen Chuan asked. Qi Sha's face darkened. He looked down at the huge seal in the depths of the sea that they had forced open. Only one Heaven Devourer-tailed beast came out from the crack. Is it because it was the smallest one? Qi Sha's face darkened. That's what I think. Yen Chuan nodded. That was the weakest Heaven Devourer-tailed beast? Peacock Z was confused. If the two of you fight to the death, will you be able to subdue all the Heaven Devourer-tailed beasts here? This place doesn't belong to any side. And the Heaven Devourer-tailed beast doesn't belong to anyone. Moreover, there must be more than one Heaven Devourer-tailed beast inside. Why don't we use our own methods? Yen Chuan said. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked at each other. Okay. The two answered at the same time. They knew that Yen Chuan had arrived after a short delay. If they delayed any longer, more experts would arrive. They had to be quick. I'll break the seal. 12 fiends stand by. Qi Sha said. Yes. The 12 subordinates answered. As he spoke, Qi Sha unsheathed his long sword. Peacock Z and Yen Chuan stood by. Break! Qi Sha roared. A dazzling ray of sword light shot towards the seal. Boom! The huge seal exploded, revealing a huge cave entrance. This time, unlike the East Sea, the surrounding seawater did not rush in. Instead, a large number of tails emerged from the cave. Heaven Devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. Squeak! Whoosh! The first Heaven Devourer-tailed beast charged out of the cave. Boom! 8 tails swung, and the surrounding void shook violently. This is a Heaven Devourer-tailed beast? An expert behind Peacock Z exclaimed. The Heaven Devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain was 1,000 feet long. When it first appeared, it was less than 10 feet long. Now, there was a Heaven Devourer-tailed beast in front of them? It really is a Heaven Devourer-tailed beast. Qi Sha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the distance, Yen Chuan's eyelids were twitching. The voice of the heaven-devouring-tailed beast could be heard from the cave again. Squeak! 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 Numerous voices rang out. Rumble! One by one, the heaven-devouring-tailed beasts rushed out of the eye of the sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 heaven-devouring-tailed beasts flew out. The big ones were around 2,000 feet in size, while the small ones were around 300 feet in size. Yeah, yeah. The heaven-swallowing-tailed beasts kept calling out, looking very cute. Moreover, these heaven-swallowing-tailed beasts excitedly pounced towards the practitioners in all directions. 200 heaven-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yen Chuan's expression changed at this moment. So many. Chapter 1431. 200 sky-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yen Chuan's expression changed at this moment. That many? Yen Chuan had received news from the everlasting domain in a steady stream. A 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast was practically invincible in the everlasting domain. Some of the major cities in the everlasting domain were guarded by ancestral immortals. Even then, a 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast could eat them all. Now, the largest was 200 meters, while the smallest was 300 meters. Were these sky-devouring beasts free? Was this Fushi's seal? That's a lot. Peacock Z's expression darkened. 7 Kills' expression changed as well. Yeah. The 200 sky-devouring beasts pounced on the scattered crowd in excitement. As soon as they appeared, countless delicacies appeared. Naturally, the sky-devouring beasts fought to be first. Peacock Z's group led the charge. With more than 10,000 people, it was a sumptuous feast. Most of the sky-devouring beasts pounced on Peacock Z. The sky-devouring beasts seemed to be able to tell which ones were stronger and which ones were tastier. Qisha was a strong cultivator of the 15th level of the celestial plane. Although he had just entered the 15th level of the celestial plane, he was the strongest person there. Therefore, the largest sky-swallowing tailed beast rushed towards Qisha. Aside from that, there was another 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast following behind. 7 Kills was powerful, and the 12 fiends he brought were all peerless powerhouses. Even if the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast couldn't eat meat, it could at least eat soup. It charged at 7 Kills' subordinates. Yeah. The 2 giant sky-devouring beasts charged. 7 Kills immediately drew his sword and slashed at them. Sky-severing art. 7 Kills slashed at the largest divine beast. The largest divine beast's 8 tails met the attack. Boom! 7 Kills of the 15th layer didn't kill the divine beast, but only sent it flying back 1,000 meters. Yeah. The largest divine beast charged at 7 Kills with excitement. How can this be? 7 Kills exclaimed. On the other side, the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beasts also charged at the 12 fiends. Die! One of the earthly fiend star powerhouses slashed. A sword ray sliced through the void and headed straight for the tailed beast. Awa! The sword light was instantly devoured. What? Awa! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, swallowing that earthly fiend star in one gulp. 12th brother! The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Yeah. Swallowing an earthly fiend star expert, that heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited and cheerful. Spit out my 12th brother! The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Boom! A group of energy swords slashed at the 1,000-feet-long tailed beast. However, the tailed beast's body was too tough, and it instantly deflected the energy swords. Yeah. The tailed beast cheerfully continued to pounce, and one of the earthly fiend star powerhouses looked at the starry sky in horror. An earthly fiend star in the starry sky suddenly emitted a ray of red light, and then dimmed. 12th brother is dead? Digested by this monster? That powerhouse's expression changed. 12th brother is a 13th firmament ancestral immortal. How can this be? Another powerhouse said in fright. Look, it was 100 feet just now. After eating 12th brother, it became 110 feet? It became bigger? It wants to eat us to strengthen itself. Kill it and avenge 12th brother. Kill. 11 earthly fiend star powerhouses furiously fought. Yeah. But the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was not afraid at all. Instead, it was even happier. After eating one, it seemed to be addicted. The 11 before it also wanted to eat because the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could see that these 11 were not only 13th firmament ancestral immortals, but also 14th firmament ancestral immortals. Yeah. There were sounds of pursuit in all directions. 7 kills against the strongest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. In the distance, Peacock's subordinates were completely unable to withstand a single blow from the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. They were completely abused and eaten. Save us! Monster! Close to 10,000 cultivators were quickly scattered and chased by the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts happily chased after them toward the eternal domain. A single heaven-swallowing tailed beast in the eternal domain was already a living hell. Now close to 200 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were charging over. Even Peacock, who was running at the front, felt a chill run down his spine. One could foresee that the eternal domain was finished. At the same time, Yinchuan attracted a heaven-swallowing tailed beast. It was a 300-meter-long heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced. Boom! Bai Qi slashed with his saber, sending a vast astral saber at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awa! The heaven-swallowing Bai Qi's astral saber in one gulp. Not good. Bai Qi's expression changed. Clang! Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell rang loudly, sending out a surging sound wave. Awa! The heaven-swallowing Bai Qi's sound attack in one gulp. Roar! Roar! The dragons were horrified. Yinchuan stepped forward and met the heaven-swallowing tailed beast head-on. Seeing Yinchuan charging over, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was overjoyed. Yeah. Its two huge tails swayed rapidly. Slash! Yinchuan waved his hand, and the Jade Emperor sword appeared. He slashed at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. A blood-red energy sword shot out. Awa! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast swallowed it in one gulp. Bastard! Yinchuan's expression darkened. His hands glowed with white light. He used the hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot out. Whiz! Suddenly the energy palm grabbed a huge tail. Awa! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast bit off the energy palm's finger and escaped. You can eat that? Yinchuan said in surprise. Roar! Yinchuan had no choice but to transform. A head of blood-red hair appeared. A sea of blood instantly filled the surroundings. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced on the sea of blood excitedly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast sucked the sea of blood. The sea of blood rushed into its mouth. Fuck me. You can eat that? One of the dragons on the dragon carriage exclaimed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast eats everything? Monster! Jin Dayu exclaimed. Yinchuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eyelids twitched. Universe in the palm. Yinchuan reached out with his right hand. Whiz! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast did not resist. It was instantly pulled into Yinchuan's palm. Countless stars appeared in Yinchuan's palm. The stars connected to the stars, and the power of the stars surged into Yinchuan's palm. Rumble! The power of billions of stars gathered in Yinchuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, trying to crush it. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited. It suddenly opened its mouth. Die! Yinchuan shouted. The power of billions of stars crashed into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awa! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast ate billions of stars in one gulp. Yinchuan was speechless. Yinchuan stood in the air dumbfounded. It ate. That was the power of the stars. It ate it all in one gulp? Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily digested the power of the stars. In a short while, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's body changed from 100 feet to 110 feet long. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was getting stronger? The universe in the palm was useless against it. The divine beast's attributes were too insane. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast wasn't quite satisfied yet, and began to fly around Yinchuan's palm. However, there was nothing Yinchuan could do about it. The power of the stars was useless, and all he could do was keep it flying around. Yinchuan stared blankly at his palm, his face full of shock. She seemed to have noticed Yinchuan's strange behavior. She quickly flew to him. What's wrong? She asked curiously. She was curious. Yinchuan didn't know how to explain. However, in the next moment, Yinchuan's expression changed again. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast had crushed the space inside the universe in the palm. Crack! The universe in the palm was crushed. Was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast about to escape? What? Yinchuan was shocked. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's ability was too insane. Wouldn't it be bad if it escaped? On the other side, Peacock Sun's people either ate or ran away. Only 7 kills and his men were left. 7 kills heaven-shocking slash. 7 kills slashed at the largest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was sent flying. Yeah. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast saw how disgusting it was to eat 7 kills. It turned around and chased after the rest of the group. 7 kills sighed. He turned to look at his subordinates. Oh, another heaven-swallowing tailed beast had swallowed another one of his subordinates. What? Brave Earth. 7 kills shouted. He only had 7 subordinates left. 4 of them had already been eaten, including the one in front of him. Sir! The 7 subordinates ran to 7 kills in fear. Sir, Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. How could he be eaten? Sir, please save Big Brother. One of the subordinates shouted in fear. In the sky above, the brave star suddenly shone with a red light. It then dimmed. Dead? Big Brother is dead? Big Brother can't even resist this? Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. He's been refined in such a short time? No. Everyone shouted in fear. As they shouted, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast grew to a size of 140 zhang. 14th layer of heaven? Open its mouth and swallow. Yeah. The divine beast pounced on 7 kills and the others again. Bastard, die. 7 kills slashed at the divine beast angrily. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's huge tail was cut off. Not only that, the huge impact sent the heaven-swallowing tailed beast flying in the direction of Yin Chuan and the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it reached Yin Chuan and Moyushi. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast, whose tail had been cut off, steadied itself. Yeah. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Moyushi. Moyushi was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing tailed beast in a flash. Yin Chuan, save me! Moyushi screamed in fear. Moyushi was going to be eaten? Yin Chuan had seen how fast the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could refine people. His expression changed, and he stopped using the universe in his palm. He quickly threw the heaven-swallowing tailed beast out of his palm. Yin Chuan blocked the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's mouth with one hand and grabbed Moyushi with the other. Moyushi was already in despair when Yin Chuan grabbed her. The happiness in his heart instantly gushed out. In her despair, she finally had Yin Chuan by her side. This was an indescribable happiness. Get out! Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he exerted force. Whoosh! Moyushi was thrown out. Moyushi, who was sent flying, suddenly saw the 140-foot heaven-devouring tail beast suddenly open its mouth and swallow Yin Chuan. Moyushi, who was flying in the air, was stunned. Yin Chuan was eaten. Chapter 1432. Yin Chuan was eaten? Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Moyushi was thrown into the air, staring blankly at the 104-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. Bai Qi, Jindayu, and the 6 dragons widened their eyes in shock. In the distance, 7 kills was still slashing with his sword. His 7 subordinates also widened their eyes. A 110-foot-long heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was thrown into the air. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the center, where the mythical beast with a broken tail swallowed Yin Chuan. It had eaten Yin Chuan. No. Moyushi cried at the top of her lungs. Squeak! The heaven-devourer beast seemed to be frightened by the loss of its tail. It immediately flew toward the eternal domain in a panic. No! Yin Chuan! Moyushi cried as if she had broken down. Yin Chuan had been eaten by a monster to save her? As for that monster, even if it was a 14th heavenly layer expert, it would still be digested very quickly after swallowing it. Yin Chuan's previous moves had no effect on it. Was Yin Chuan doomed? Had she killed her husband? Moyushi screamed in despair. No! Jindayu, protect the Empress. You fly the fastest. If necessary, take the Empress away. Dragons, follow me to the eternal domain to find the celestial emperor. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! Bai Qi led the dragons toward the eternal domain. The last heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yin Chuan's universe in the palm was still charging toward 7 kills, and the others. Squeak, squeak. The last heaven-devourer beast pounced. You're courting death. 7 kills sneered. 7 kills couldn't do anything to a 200-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. He could cut off a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast's tail. Now a 100-foot-long heaven-devourer beast wanted to eat him? Empress! Jindayu shouted. Moyushi was still in a daze. Was Yin Chuan dead for sure? although there was also a zombie Yin Chuan. And although they were the same person, Emoyushi only recognized the human Yin Chuan. All the physical contact was between the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan. It was just that their minds were the same, and they were only communicating mentally. Her husband had died trying to save her? Emoyushi's mind collapsed. No, no, no! Emoyushi screamed. As he howled in grief, his body suddenly emitted billowing black gas. The deep purple crystal between her eyebrows, the symbol of the dark phoenix, suddenly merged into Emoyushi's body. Rolling deep purple energy spread out. Boom! The dark purple aura emitted and actually forced Jin Dayu to retreat. I caused Yin Chuan's death. I caused Yin Chuan's death. As Emoyushi collapsed, the dark phoenix crystal in her body seemed to quickly dissolve and merge with Emoyushi. Screech! With a phoenix's mournful cry, Emoyushi suddenly transformed into a huge black phoenix. Of the 12 huge phoenix tails, 4 of them were connected to 4 different reincarnations. Screech! Emoyushi let out another phoenix cry. Under the phoenix cry, the surroundings suddenly darkened, and a dark aura enveloped the sea. As the phoenix tails swayed, the void trembled. Then, 8 huge blue whirlpools suddenly appeared around the huge black phoenix. 8 more reincarnations? Jinryu cried out in shock. The black phoenix swung its tail fiercely. The other 8 tails that were not connected to the reincarnation channel instantly merged with it. Boom! Boom! The aura around Emoyushi's body was constantly rising. What's going on? Why is the queen's cultivation increasing so quickly? She's getting stronger and stronger? Jin Dayu exclaimed. The black phoenix was in a daze. Its eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, the black phoenix saw 7 kills in the distance. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. In an instant, the black phoenix recalled that it was 7 kills who attacked the heaven-devouring tail beast. It was 7 kills. It was him. You caused Yin Chuan's death. I'll kill you. The black phoenix screamed hysterically. Screech! The black phoenix let out a furious cry and charged at 7 kills. As it charged, the void shattered where it passed. Even Jin Dayu, who was at the side, was sent flying by this terrifying aura. Level 15? How is that possible? The queen only reached level 12 when she was deprived of the astral power of the second era. How did she reach level 15 in the blink of an eye? Yes, it must be level 15. It's the same aura on the 7th of June every year. How is that possible? Jin Dayu looked at the black phoenix charging at 7 kills in shock. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. The beast was a piece of cake for 7 kills. He had already cut off 3 of its tails. When he was about to attack again to take down the heaven-devouring tail beast, a violent aura suddenly rushed toward him. 7 kills turned his head. Dark Phoenix? Merged. 1/6 of the Phoenix's power? 7 kills was shocked. The ferocious black phoenix was right in front of him in an instant. Boom! 7 kills, who was suppressing the heaven-devouring tail beast, was sent flying. Screech! The black phoenix was not satisfied. It spread its wings angrily. Endless black flames immediately surrounded 7 kills. I'll kill you! The black phoenix screamed at the top of its lungs. Crazy woman, you're crazy! 7 kills shouted. Boom! The black phoenix charged again, and the void shattered. She swung her tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation swept toward 7 kills like 12 huge pillars. Boom! The entire South Sea was filled with the sound of a huge impact. 7 kills subordinates opened their mouths in shock. Jin Dayu also opened his mouth wide in shock. Wasn't Emoyushi's current strength too fearsome? Dark Phoenix? What was going on? How did she become so strong in the blink of an eye? The last heaven-devouring tail beast had 3 of its tails cut off by 7 kills. Now that 7 kills was knocked away by the black phoenix, the heaven-devouring tail beast swallowed the tail that was cut off. In the blink of an eye, 3 new tails grew out. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rushed toward the eternal domain. Clearly, the battle just now had made it feel a certain amount of fear. All the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed toward the eternal domain. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu anxiously watched the battle, worried that something had happened to the Empress. On the other side, Bai Qi quickly used his life token to send a message to the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The moment Yin Chuan was eaten by a heaven-devouring tail beast. Zombie Yin Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. All the officials stood in the central hall, and Li Si was reporting to Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan stood up abruptly, his expression changing. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Li Si asked in surprise. I need to go into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Crown Prince, you'll be in charge for now. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan disappeared. This was the first time that Yin Chuan had lost his composure like this. Crown Prince Fu Su, Li Si, and the others were all shocked. The court meeting was temporarily suspended. Crown Prince. All the officials looked at the Crown Prince. Fu Su frowned and said, Father is in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Contact the Yang realm. Also, contact Bai Qi and the others. Yes. It didn't take long for Bai Qi to report back. 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts? Something bad happened to the Celestial Emperor. How could this be? All the officials exclaimed. Something must have happened to Father. However, tell Bai Qi not to panic. Find that heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. Fu Su immediately said. The officials nodded. Lu Gang. Fu Su called out. Crown Prince. Lu Gang stepped forward. Immediately inform all the guards near Eternal Domain to search for the heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. The guards in the surrounding weaves should rush to Eternal Domain as well. Hurry! Fu Su ordered. Yes. Also send a message to Jin Dayu. Swear to protect Mother's safety. Fu Su ordered. Yes. The news quickly spread to the Yang realm. Zhao Afeng, Zizi, and Luer immediately received the news. What do we do? What do we do? Luer asked anxiously. Afeng, quickly divine how husband is doing. Zizi said anxiously. I've already informed Mr. Guiguzi. My divination isn't enough. I need his help. Zhao Afeng nodded worriedly. Meow meow, big sis, it's bad, it's bad. Meow immediately cried out. What's wrong? Zizi asked in surprise. I can't contact Yin Chuan. I have a contract with him, so I can't teleport over. Will Yin Chuan die? Meow. Meow was on the verge of tears. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Zizi comforted, her eyes red. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was comforting Meow or herself. For a moment, the news of Yin Chuan being eaten affected the hearts of countless people in Great Jun. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu had initially been worried that something would happen to Mo Yushi. However, the Dark Phoenix's strength was simply too ferocious. Coupled with Mo Yushi's suicidal attacks, both sides were heavily injured. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills fought for a while. His entire body was charred black, and he spat out blood. Ming, I'll take your life. Black Phoenix shed tears as she fought desperately. Boom. Finally, 7 kills sword was shattered by Black Phoenix. The two 15th Heavens powerhouses clashed violently. Jin Dayu and the 7 earthly fiend stars were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It was a heavy blow that injured both sides. Cough, cough, cough. Just you wait, crazy woman. 7 kills clutched his chest and immediately fled towards the north. Stop. Cough, cough. Black Phoenix also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as she chased after him. Empress, let's not chase after him. Let's go find the Celestial Emperor first. Jin Dayu shouted from the side. Jin Dayu's shout made the crazy Mo Yushi suddenly come to her senses. She paused. Just you wait. I'll be back, crazy woman. 7 kills flew towards the Celestial Longevity realm, under the protection of his subordinates. Mo Yushi, on the other hand, turned to look at the Eternal Domain. Jin Dayu, send a letter to the Great Qin City, and ask how Yin Chuan is doing. Mo Yushi forced herself to calm down and said. The Great Qin City sent a letter saying that the zombie Celestial Emperor immediately went into seclusion. There's no news at all. Jin Dayu said. No news at all. Nothing at all. The big phoenix's eyes turned red again. An intense sense of regret welled up in her heart. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have gone to the West Outer Continent. If I hadn't come, nothing would have happened to Yin Chuan. Nothing would have happened to him. Emoyushi's eyes were red with regret. Empress, Crown Prince Fu Su sent a letter asking me to comfort you. No news is the best news. Jindayu said. Right. If there's no news, that means that Yin Chuan might not necessarily be dead. I'm going to find him. I'm going to find Yin Chuan. Emoyushi said anxiously. Emoyushi endured her grief and flew towards the eternal domain. Jindayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1433. Yin Chuan was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. The sky-devouring tailed beast did not have a body. All it had was an adorable head and 8 huge tails. There was no abdomen, but after Yin Chuan was swallowed, he entered a huge space. The space was suffused with red light, and streams of flowing energy quickly swept out in all directions. 3,000 pillars of light of different colors were erected in all directions of the space. 3,000 heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't the arrangement and color of the 3,000 pillars of light exactly the same as the 3,000 heavenly Taos? Of course, the attributes of each strand of the heavenly Tao were slightly different from those in the outside world. They were also different from Yin Chuan's replica of the heavenly Tao in the greater world, but they were very close to the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Furthermore, Yin Chuan's 3,000 clones of the great path of the heavens were all fighting on their own. However, the 3,000 light pillars in front of him were exuding waves of energy that were circulating according to a specific trajectory. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, his 3,000 heavenly Tao clones had never been able to circulate it. Thus, he was unable to unleash its full power. Yin Chuan had also tried to arrange the cycle, but it did not work at all. Every heavenly Tao had 2,999 possibilities to connect to other heavenly Taos. Similarly, there was also a sequence. Furthermore, there was also the order of the positive and negative cycle of energy, or it would change at certain times. There were also differences in the strength of the connection. One heavenly Tao was enough for Yin Chuan to study for a long time. To study 3,000 heavenly Taos at the same time was not 3,000 times, but a system project so huge that no one could imagine. Did the heaven-devouring tailed beast have such a cycle? Although his eyes were dazzled, Yin Chuan quickly recorded it down in an instant. No matter what the reason was, the first thing was to record it. Yin Chuan needed to be highly focused. Therefore, zombie Yin Chuan immediately chose to go into seclusion. He could not be disturbed in the slightest. At the same time, zombie Yin Chuan transmitted what he saw to silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan also put down everything he was doing and quickly comprehended the countless cycles. However, all of this was only the first scene that Yin Chuan saw. Some of the experts that came in earlier all died very quickly. Sure enough, in just an instant, countless different kinds of energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. Blood sea. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! A sea of blood appeared, but it was quickly divided up by all kinds of energy. It was as if the blood was flowing through the veins. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent flow of energy rushed into the 3,000 pillars of light. It was digested and broken down, turning into the power of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. What? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Boom! The turbulent energy continued to rush towards Yin Chuan. The blood sea was completely useless. The Jade Emperor's sword slashed out. Hua! The turbulent energy once again shattered the sword aura and was absorbed by the 3,000 light pillars. Hand of Tao. A huge astral palm appeared, but it was instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy and disappeared. The turbulent energy rushed towards Yin Chuan. A protective shield appeared around Yin Chuan, and a large number of ancestral immortal artifacts he had collected were thrown out. Boom! They were once again destroyed by the turbulent energy. They rushed into another light pillar, and a part of them was consumed. The turbulent energy continued to rush into the next light pillar, and another part was consumed. Nearly 100 ancestral immortal artifacts were instantly digested by the 3,000 light pillars, turning into the heaven-devouring tailed beast's power. I understand now. This is the heaven and earth furnace, smelting everything in the world. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach is the heaven and earth furnace? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Bai Huang's memories of the past instantly echoed in his mind. Grandpa, are you the strongest in the world? Ha 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 ha, how could I be? Little Bai Yi, you haven't even started cultivating, and you're already thinking of being the strongest in the world? Then who is? No one. Then there must be someone who's the strongest. The strongest? The strongest in the world is still heaven and earth. The heaven and earth furnace, refining everything. What's the heaven and earth furnace? That's a general description. It's heaven and earth. As long as you don't transcend, you'll die one day. No matter how you die, whether you're killed, die of old age, or die of exhaustion, nothing can escape the heaven and earth furnace's refinement. Heaven and earth is a huge furnace, and everyone is inside, constantly being smelted. Oh, but don't worry. Although the heaven and earth furnace can refine everything in the world, it operates very slowly. You can also enjoy the process of being refined. Of course, if you can transcend, then don't be afraid. Transcendents are immortal. No matter what they refine, they can recover. It operates very slowly. Enjoy the process of being refined. Yin Chuan suddenly had an idea. The heaven and earth furnace, the heaven-devouring tailed beast's interior, is an imitation of the heaven and earth furnace. It refines everything inside, but it operates much faster than the outside world. Yin Chuan's expression changed. In a short while, the turbulence's impact on Yin Chuan grew stronger. Blood sea, Yin Chuan said anxiously. Whoosh! The blood sea was quickly washed away. No matter what moves Yin Chuan used, they were all washed away by the turbulence in the blink of an eye, and their strength was absorbed. Cypress tree? Yin Chuan did not dare to use it, because Yin Chuan knew that the cypress tree would only be quickly refined and strengthen the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The next turbulence would be even stronger. The explosive beast's mystique? Yin Chuan did not dare to do it. Yin Chuan was sure that once the explosive beast's mystique exploded, he would be turned into countless pieces that would be washed away by the turbulence. They would rush into the light pillars and be quickly digested. By then, everything would be gone, and there would be no way to restore it. Gradually, Yin Chuan became anxious. He did not dare to use his Dharma treasures, because the turbulence here was all-encompassing. Dharma treasures could be destroyed in an instant. Boom! A turbulence broke through the blood sea and reached Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan quickly dodged. Suddenly, his arm was hit by the turbulence. Whoosh! Yin Chuan's right arm was badly mutilated in the blink of an eye. His strong physical body could not withstand a single blow. It was like a mortal being corroded by acid. His right arm was exposed to the bone. Blood sea! Yin Chuan shouted in horror. He kept urging the blood sea to protect his surroundings. However, the turbulence around him was getting stronger and stronger. Yin Chuan became more and more anxious. At this moment, rumble! A large number of cultivators suddenly fell into the outside world again. Obviously, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had reached a city in the eternal domain and was devouring crazily. Help! Countless cultivators who were swallowed into the space screamed. Boom! The turbulence suddenly hit, and a large number of cultivators were smashed. Some experts were rushed into the light pillars like blood flowing quickly in their meridians. In the blink of an eye, this group of cultivators was digested. Mountains poured into it, and rivers poured into it. They were all broken down and digested. Anything could be smelted. Yin Chuan became more and more anxious. Break! Yin Chuan punched out, hoping to break the heaven-devouring tailed beast's body. However, the fist aura was immediately washed away by the turbulence. Boom! Another wave of turbulence washed away the sea of blood around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's body rushed into a light pillar in an instant. Boom! The power of the turbulence here was even stronger, and it crazily eroded the sea of blood around Yin Chuan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood sea was digested and digested to Yin Chuan's skin. Previous heavenly vein! Yin Chuan shouted immediately. Buzz! Yin Chuan's surroundings suddenly emitted green light. It was the previous heavenly vein that Yin Chuan mastered. Suddenly, Yin Chuan was rushed into another green light pillar. The first world's way of heaven was the most primitive. The 3,000 light pillars in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach could only be regarded as a simulation of its form. However, there were still some differences. As soon as the previous heavenly vein appeared, Yin Chuan's pressure was greatly reduced. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be fixed in a green light pillar. The power of the 3,000 light pillars seemed to be all rushing to Yin Chuan. Boom! The turbulence rushed straight to Yin Chuan. It washed away everything around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's previous heavenly vein could not resist it. The blood sea was quickly exhausted, and the turbulence reached Yin Chuan's skin in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The turbulence rushed over. A layer of Yin Chuan's skin was immediately washed clean. His body was badly mutilated, and he no longer looked like a human or a ghost. Am I going to die here? No. Yin Chuan roared in grief and indignation. However, the power of this large furnace was too strong. No, I can't die. I can't die. Yin Chuan roared. Whoosh! Another turbulence of energy washed over. Another layer of Yin Chuan's body was dissolved and digested. Against the heaven and earth furnace, all methods seemed to be useless. In the distance, in the great Qin city, the zombie Yin Chuan was originally closing his eyes. Roar! An unwilling roar came from Yin Chuan's training room. Was it over? Was his body going to be finished? A few more times and his body would be completely digested. I can't die. I can't die. The badly mutilated body of Yin Chuan roared. As he roared, green veins popped out. Under the mutilated body, he looked even more ferocious. Grandpa gave me the chance to live. I can't die. I still have Afang. I still have ZZ. I still have Yuxi. I still have Lu'er. I still have my son. I still have my ministers, and I still have Dajin. I can't die. I can't die. I still have to transcend. I can't die. I still have to fight with Zhongshan. I can't die. Yin Chuan roared again and again. Another round of turbulence of energy washed over. Yin Chuan was digested again. If it were anyone else, they would have been finished long ago. However, a surge of resentment made Yin Chuan struggle even more. On the line between life and death, the biggest crisis in his life had appeared. Soon, another round of turbulence was about to rush over. I can't die. Roar! Yin Chuan roared in grief and indignation. As he roared, the light around Yin Chuan suddenly changed. The original blood-red color instantly turned into emerald green. Under the effect of the blood sea divine ability, the blood-red hair instantly underwent a strange change and turned into emerald green hair. His green hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Boom! As Yin Chuan's green hair fluttered in the air, a gigantic peacock plume suddenly appeared around him. Buzz! In an instant, the peacock plume emitted a dazzling green light that filled the entire space. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tail beast, which had lost one of its tails, was happily devouring a city of cultivators. Suddenly it paused. Yeah! The heaven-devouring tail beast's face stiffened. The heaven-devouring tail beast widened its eyes in shock. Then it suddenly started to feel pain. Rumble! The heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rolled around in the city. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tail beast seemed to have eaten something bad. Its painful movements caused the entire city to be in chaos. In an instant, countless cultivators escaped, leaving the heaven-devouring tail beast rolling around in pain. Dust covered the city, but no one dared to stay and check. At the same time, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, where zombie Yin Chuan was. Whoosh! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly stood up. My body is unconscious. I can't feel the touch of the human body. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. He's still connected. He's definitely not dead. Zombie Yin Chuan frowned. But I can't sense other parts of his body. What happened? Zombie Yin Chuan asked anxiously. Chapter 1434. Rumble. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast writhed in pain in the city. Yeah. Countless civilians escaped, but no one dared to stay behind to see what was going on. No one knew what was wrong with the heaven-devouring beast. It seemed to have eaten something bad. Rumble. Wisps of green light appeared in the billowing dust. The citizens who had managed to escape the city looked as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They watched the crazy sky-devouring tail beast from afar. The dust could not stop the curiosity of the cultivators who were safe. Just as countless cultivators hid in safe places outside to watch. Yeah! Suddenly, a cry came from outside the city. Another heaven-devourer beast appeared. The new one was only 280 meters long. Seeing a large number of cultivators gathered outside the city, it became excited. Its 8 tails swung quickly. The spatial ripples tossed countless cultivators toward it. Yeah! Awa! The new heaven-devouring beast cried out happily. Ah! Another one! Help! Ah! Help! Countless people were calling out to the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, but it was useless. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast quickly killed the cultivators. After a long time, it finished eating everyone. Yeah! The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast looked around the city with its big eyes. Boom! There was a loud bang in the city, and the 7-tailed beast stopped moving. The dust settled. The 7-tailed beast seemed to have fainted. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Yeah! The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast flew closer. It poked the 7-tailed beast with its tail. However, the 7-tailed beast was still unconscious. Yeah! The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Ah! It opened its mouth, about to swallow the 7-tailed beast. However, right at this moment, the 7-tailed giant beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its large black eyes suddenly turned green. Boom! The 7-tailed beast knocked the 800-meter heaven-devouring beast away. Yeah! The 800-foot-long tailed beast pretended to be innocent. The 7-tailed beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Gradually, its pink head turned green. Roar! A ferocious look appeared on the 7-tailed beast's face as it lunged at the 800-meter-tall heaven-devouring tail beast. Yeah! The heaven-devouring tail beast's expression changed. Boom! The two gigantic devourer tails tangled together. In the end, the green-headed tailed beast was much stronger. The two-tailed beasts fought for several hours. Awa! The 80-foot-long tailed beast was swallowed by the green-head-tailed beast. Roar! The green-head-tailed beast's eyes glowed with green light. There was no longer any normal light in its eyes. It was as if it had turned into a wild beast, revealing a ferocious glint. Boom! It opened its mouth and bit down on the ground. Then it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Zombie Yinchuan frowned as he sat in the training room. He could no longer feel anything from the human body, but he could feel that the human body was still alive. Not dead. What was happening now? Zombie Yinchuan frowned. He calmly waited for the next reaction from his body. Xianying City. Heaven Pavilion. In Heaven Pavilion, silver-eyed Yinchuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Buzz! 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 Light pillars quickly appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 3,000 of them. Whoosh! Some energy quickly surged out of each light pillar. In an extremely complicated cycle, some parts of the cycle were wrong and immediately exploded. However, silver-eyed Yinchuan's insane analytical skills were still being perfected. Heaven Pavilion emitted bursts of light. Xianying City, Gui Guzi and Zhaoafeng had the Heaven Evolution Disc in front of them. The two of them kept activating the disc. Zizi Lu'er and Miao waited anxiously. After a long while, Gui Guzi took a deep breath and stopped the calculations. How is it? Zizi asked anxiously. It's very strange. I can't calculate it. Gui Guzi frowned. What do you mean you can't calculate it? Lu'er immediately asked. I just can't calculate it. I don't know how it is, but I think the Sky Emperor should be fine. Gui Guzi shook his head. Why? How do you know? Miao asked anxiously. Because of you. Gui Guzi looked at Miao. Me? Yes, your contract with the Sky Emperor is a symbiotic contract. If something happens to the Sky Emperor, you will die too. Gui Guzi explained. Yes. Miao, Yinchuan is not dead. That's great. Miao immediately cheered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent Imperial Palace. When Yinchuan's body emitted a green light, and his hair suddenly turned green, Kong Huangtian, who was in the Imperial Heaven Palace, opened his eyes. Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Creak. The doors of the Imperial Palace opened. Kong Huangtian slowly walked to the entrance of the palace. Kong Huangtian came out of seclusion. Naturally, it was a big matter for the Kong family. Blind Kong and the other elders of the family rushed over. Old ancestor, Blind Kong said respectfully. Kong Huangtian looked towards the northwest and said, "What happened in the eternal domain?" Old ancestor, Peacock led a group of experts to the southern sea. After opening the eye of the sea, 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts came out. Now, all of them are wreaking havoc in the eternal domain. Blind Kong said concisely. As for how they wreaked havoc, Kong Huangtian naturally saw it clearly with his eyesight. Heaven-devouring tailed beasts, the eighth divine beast in the world? Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Yes. Blind Kong nodded and stood at the side without saying anything else. Looking at the eternal domain, Kong Huangtian said, "Blind Kong, do you know the special characteristics of my peacock race's divine ability?" Yes, the Kong family's divine ability, the peacock's plume. The divine light is divided into the 5-colored divine light, the 10-colored divine light, the 15-colored divine light, and the 20-colored divine light. When the divine light is thrown out, it can wipe out anything. When facing an enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent's Dharma treasure is, as long as the 5-colored divine light is used, the 5-colored divine light can take the opponent's Dharma treasure as his own. Blind Kong said, "What kind of divine ability is this?" Kong Huangtian asked again. The disciples of the Kong family waited with rapt attention, because everyone knew that at this moment, the old ancestor was giving them guidance on the divine ability. This guidance was definitely better than cultivating countless times. Blind Kong shook his head. This is the divine ability of the old ancestor. Our bloodline has inherited the divine ability of the old ancestor. Kong Huangtian shook his head. You haven't understood it yet. The divine light is just a manifestation. This divine ability is called deprive. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Deprive? The fifth divine ability in the world? Blind Kong said in surprise. Kong Huangtian nodded. Kong Huangtian nodded, and his descendants instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. Deprive divine ability, as the name suggests, deprives the opponent of their divine ability for your own use, deprives the opponent of their treasure, and deprives the opponent of everything? Blind Kong said excitedly. What kind of perverted divine ability was this? Fifth, one had to know that the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability was only ranked 10th. In the past, the Hongjun Patriarch's time divine ability was only ranked 9th. The reason why the deprived divine ability was so powerful was because it could deprive the divine abilities ranked below it. Just like the time divine ability, when Kong Huangtian fought against Hongjun, he might have been able to deprive the other party of his divine ability. His divine light was actually the deprived divine ability. Because your bloodline is thin, the deprived divine ability is constantly weakening. It can only produce some divine light that can wipe out everything. It can wipe out the opponent's treasure, but it can only take away the control of the treasure. You have already obtained the foundation of this divine ability. You need to cultivate continuously to improve it. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Also, the top 10 divine abilities in the world are just a general ranking. It mainly depends on the depth of one's cultivation. The deeper one cultivates, the stronger one is. I can deprive the 10th divine ability of the spatial divine ability, but I can only deprive the mysterious spatial divine ability. After that, I can't continue to improve the spatial divine ability. As for the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability, I can't deprive him. Therefore, you need to continue to improve it. Kong Huangtian instructed. Yes, we will definitely study this divine ability. We won't let down the precious wealth that the old ancestor left for us. Blind Kong said. Yes. Do you know the ranking of the divine beasts in the world? Kong Huangtian said. I know a little, but it's not comprehensive. I only know that the exploding beast is 9th, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast is 8th, the identical beast is 7th, the metal beast is 4th, the cricket is 3rd, and the gold beast is 2nd. Blind Kong said. Just like the divine abilities, the ranking of the divine beasts is not absolute. The ranking can be constantly changed. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Blind Kong nodded. My peacock race is ranked 5th. Kong Huangtian explained. Ah. The Kong family disciples were shocked. His peacock clan was actually the 5th divine beast? The top 10 divine beasts each have more than one divine ability. The exploding beast has the divine abilities Restore and Merge. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast has the divine abilities Swallow All and Refine All. The identical beast has the divine abilities Transform and Duplicate. Kong Huangtian said. Then what about my peacock race? Blind Kong asked excitedly. Could it be that the Kong family bloodline had other divine abilities besides the deprived divine ability? Deprive Parasitize. Kong Huangtian said. Parasitize? What's that? Blind Kong frowned. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. His bloodline had such a divine ability? How come he had never noticed it? Kong Huangtian did not explain, and continued to look in the direction of Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain. As the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts continued to wreak havoc, the entire Eternal Domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts devoured the earth, and huge craters appeared one after another. They continued to devour and eat until they reached the depths of the earth, and lava shot up into the sky. A sea of fire spread, and earthquakes continued. The entire Eternal Domain seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Under the assault of water and fire, fog rose into the sky. She had already transformed into her human form. She clutched her chest and flew around. Empress, you were heavily injured in the battle with 7 kills. You should rest for a while. Jin Dayu advised. I'm fine. I want to find Yin Chuan. I want to find Yin Chuan. She shouted anxiously. In the distance, 2 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were fighting, as if they wanted to devour each other. The way the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other was different from the way the exploding beasts did it. The exploding beasts had merged into one, and their strength would increase exponentially. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other, as if they were devouring an expert. She quickly flew over. No, these 2 aren't either. She said anxiously. Whoosh! Once again, she flew away. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1435. The sound of the Eternal Domain crumbling could be heard without end. Countless cultivators fled to the outside world. But there was also a large number of cultivators flying in. Great Jun's East factory guards and scouts from various factions were pouring into the Eternal Domain. Seawater and volcanoes collided, and mist rose into the sky. The entire Eternal Domain was like a huge boiler, boiling and chaotic. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Kong Huangtian stared northwest at the Eternal Domain. Middle Sky Continent's border. Defeating armies. Tan Lang, Zhu Men, and Wu Chu. The 4 commanders of the Purple Micro-Celestial Army stood at the peak of a mountain and looked coldly to the south. With their 15th layer eyesight, they could naturally see through most of the world and see everything in the Eternal Domain. Yin Chuan has already been eaten by the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Do we still want to go? Defeating armies frowned. Yes, why not? Tan Lang said solemnly. Ha! Look at the sky above Xianyang City in the outer East Continent. Tan Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked at the sky above Xianyang. Above Xianyang, the Sea of Providence was still churning. As long as Yin Chuan is alive, the Providence will not be extinguished. If the Sea of Providence continues to churn, Yin Chuan will definitely still be alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. But that's because there are 2 Yin Chuan. One is dead, and the other is alive. That's why the Sea of Providence is fine. Wu Chu frowned. Even so, the Sea of Providence only shook for a while before recovering. So, I'm guessing that Yin Chuan is still alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, that heaven-devouring tailed beast is truly powerful. The brave star of the celestial longevity realm is a 14th layer expert. After swallowing it, it was digested in the blink of an eye. Zhu Men frowned. That's why we have to go. Why isn't Yin Chuan dead? Tan Lang frowned. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Boom. A group of people charged straight towards the everlasting domain. Middle Sky Continent, Purple Micro Palace. Great Emperor Purple Micro sat on the dragon throne with Wen Chu standing in front of him. The four of them went to the eternal domain? Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Yes, I allowed it. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me. It's just that when Pujuan came back that day, he was in such a miserable state. Our Ziwei celestial realm has always been the ones bullying others. We have never been bullied before. Wen Chu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath and did not reprimand Wen Chu. Instead, he looked to the south, as if his gaze had already followed defeating armies and the others to the eternal domain. Southwest region, Celestial Longevity Realm. 7 kills brought his injured subordinates to the entrance of a territory. Sir, should we report this to the Lord? A subordinate asked. Of course, your 72 earthly fiend stars have never suffered such a great loss. 5 of you have died. How are you going to explain this to the Lord? What face do I have left in front of the other corps commanders? Moreover, the 5 of them have gone through life and death with me. If I don't take revenge, how can I face the 5 of them? 7 kills said. Yes. The subordinates clenched their fists and nodded. Sir, you were fighting with Moyushi earlier, and you look quite battered. Shouldn't you tidy up your clothes before going to see the Lord? There's still blood at the corner of your mouth. A subordinate said. Tidy up? Of course not. We were bullied, so the Lord intervened. Blood? 7 kills wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He immediately smeared the blood from the corner of his mouth on his face. Then, he messed up his tidy long hair, making him look even more miserable. The subordinates looked at 7 kills blankly. Quick, find a door plank. Carry me to the Longevity Palace. 7 kills said. The subordinates were speechless. Longevity Palace, Celestial Longevity Realm. Great Emperor Changsheng was presiding over a court meeting. Report. Great Emperor Lord 7 kills is back, a subordinate shouted. Report when you're back. Have you learned your manners? Little brat, you must have caused trouble again. Great Emperor Changsheng scolded from his dragon throne. Great Emperor Changsheng did not have the majesty of an emperor like Great Emperor Ziwei. Although he scolded, the subordinates knew that Great Emperor Changsheng was very close to his subordinates, especially 7 kills. Great Emperor Changsheng treated him like his own son. He had valued him greatly since the beginning of the Second Era. Lord 7 kills was carried back. He's seriously injured and on the verge of death. The subordinate said softly. What? Everyone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Bring him in. Great Emperor Changsheng shouted. Soon, 7 kills was carried into the Longevity Palace with a broken door plank. 7 kills' face was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely battered. The 7 subordinates behind him were no longer as tidy as before. Their hair was also disheveled by 7 kills. 7 kills. A group of officials rushed out of the hall and shouted. 7 kills, how did you end up like this? Who did this? Bastard, I saw the 5 earthly fiend stars being destroyed. I didn't expect this. Bastard. There was an uproar in the hall. Who would have thought that the commander of the 6th Army would be bullied to this extent? 7 kills seemed to be quite good at acting. He squeezed out a tear with difficulty. My lord, you have to uphold justice for me. 7 kills said as if he had been wronged. Great Emperor Changsheng panicked. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and took 2 steps forward with his fat body. He immediately walked in front of 7 kills. My lord, you have to avenge me. And my 5 brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 kills said as he wiped away the tears that were rolling down his face. How dare you? What's going on? Old 6 who bullied you? A few legion commanders immediately shouted. 7 kills subordinates lowered their heads as much as possible and blushed. They were too embarrassed to let others see their shame. Their lord was too good at pretending to be pitiful. The commanders were filled with righteous indignation. Great Emperor Changsheng's mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, Little bastard, you even lied to me? It's the sky-devouring tail beast. And in that empress of the Great Jin Imperial Court, Moyushi. She's the Dark Phoenix. My lord brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 kills said pitifully. Emoyushi? Little bastard, I don't know Emoyushi. She's such a polite person. Why would she bother you if you didn't provoke her? How many times have I told you not to cause trouble for those from the Great Jun Celestial Court when you see them? You're still trying to trick me? Tell me the truth. Great Emperor Chongsheng shouted. My lord, I'm really not hiding anything. I've been bullied. 7 Kills was speechless. He didn't know why his lord was so nice to the Great Jun Imperial Court. Bully my ass. Don't you think I know you're a troublemaker? When I was in the Great Jun Imperial Court, I saw Emoyushi many times. If you weren't a bastard, why would Emoyushi bother you for no reason? Besides, how could Emoyushi be stronger than you? You don't even know how to tell on her now. Great Emperor Chongsheng's face was full of disappointment. 7 Kills was speechless. Get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Great Emperor Chongsheng scolded. 7 Kills felt helpless. Back in the celestial longevity plane, none of the army commanders would be able to see through his feigned illness. Only Heavenly Emperor Longevity would be able to see through his feigned illness. It was as though Heavenly Emperor Longevity knew better than the worm in his stomach. 7 Kills couldn't keep up the act anymore. He slowly climbed up from the door. He grunted as he got up. He no longer looked like he was on his last breath. All the Legion commanders were speechless. My lord, how did you see through it? I already used a secret technique. 7 Kills said strangely. Great Emperor Chongsheng didn't say anything, but a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. How did you see through it? These are all leftovers from my past games. Chapter 1436. As time passed, the Eternal Domain was on the verge of collapse. Much of the coastline had collapsed, and seawater had flooded into the interior. When it came into contact with the lava, steam rose into the sky, and torrential rain fell. Over the past few days, the Great Jun had been searching for Yin Chuan's whereabouts. 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured countless cultivators. The goal of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts was to quickly grow stronger and stronger. The heaven-devouring tail beasts didn't belong to a tribe. Thus, when there was a shortage of cultivators, they could only devour each other. Each heaven-devouring tail beast represented a tremendous amount of power. Although they didn't have the ability to merge with others like the exploding beast, eating one heaven-devouring tail beast was more beneficial than eating countless cultivators. Boom! Of the 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts fighting each other, only the strongest would be enough. The Great Jin factory guards risked their lives to enter the everlasting domain and send news back to Xianyang City. Lu Buwei was in charge of receiving all kinds of information. The 7-tailed heaven-devouring beast that devoured the Celestial Emperor hasn't appeared yet? Lu Buwei frowned. Yes, Minister Lu. The 7-tailed divine beast has appeared a total of 4 times. Each time, it devoured a heaven-devouring tail beast. Now it's 200 meters long. However, it burrows into the ground each time, making it difficult for the factory guards to find it. An official said respectfully. And the others? News keeps coming in that large groups of heaven-devouring tail beasts are killing each other. There should only be 10 of them left, but each of them is over 200 meters long. The largest is 240 meters long. They're searching for each other and hunting each other down. Pass on my orders. Continue to search for the Celestial Emperor. Lu Buwei said. Yes. In the everlasting domain. The few remaining heaven-devouring tail beasts were gnawing on mud as they searched for each other. At this moment, a loud cry rang out from somewhere in the heart of everlasting domain. Screech. The void of the eternal domain began to tremble violently. Ya. The heaven-devouring tail beast's eyes lit up. From the sound of the cry, they could tell that it came from a peerless expert. Ya. The heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately stopped gnawing on mud and rushed toward the source of the cry. Rumble. At the same time, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. It was Emoyushi, Baiqi and Jin Deyu, fighting against a 2,000 zhang long heaven-devouring tail beast. Killing Path Golden Body. The Bell of Chaos. Ming. Baiqi and Jin Deyu, one on the left and one on the right, interfered with the sky-devouring tail beast. Emoyushi turned into a streak of black light and slammed into the back of the sky-devouring tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-devourer beast didn't suffer any injuries from the collision, but it was even more enraged. It swung its tail wildly, trying to swallow everyone. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is still chasing after us. How troublesome! Bai Qi frowned. That's right. If the Empress wasn't here, both of us might have been swallowed. Jin Deyu smiled bitterly. We can't go on like this. If this drags on, the other heaven-devouring tail beasts will be attracted here. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast waved its tail anxiously. Emoyushi had turned into the Black Phoenix, but she couldn't do anything. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was too difficult to deal with. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but they could keep Emoyushi busy. Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, back off. I'm going to use my secret technique. Emoyushi shouted. Yes. The two of them quickly backed off. Without the two of them, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had a much easier time. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's tail grew so long that it covered the sky, wrapping the Black Phoenix in the center. 12 paths of reincarnation. Emoyushi shouted. The 12 huge tails spread out, and the 12 paths of reincarnation surged towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast didn't care about anything. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the 12 tails along with the paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation collapse explode. Emoyushi shouted. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation exploded in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's mouth. The huge explosion caused the surrounding space to collapse. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was sent flying in pain. A huge crack appeared in its mouth. 3 of its 8 tails were broken. Its entire body was smashed. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was finally heavily injured. Emoyushi's 12 tails were instantly blown to smithereens. Puffed. The recoil caused Emoyushi to spit out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly flew out of the collapsed black hole. She transformed into her human form. However, her human form was extremely pitiful. Her back was a mess of flesh and blood, and her face was extremely pale. Empress Yu, Bai Qi and Jin Deyu shouted. Cough cough. Let's go. The heaven-devouring tailed beast recovers quickly. Once it recovers, we won't be able to escape. Emoyushi said bitterly. Yes, the two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly summoned a cloud for Emoyushi to land on. Just as the 3 of them were about to escape. Yeah. Suddenly there was another cry. A heaven-devouring tailed beast blocked their path. How is this possible? How did it recover so quickly? Emoyushi cried out in shock. No, not that one. This one is 210 feet tall. Jin Deyu shouted. Yeah. Whoosh. Another heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah. A third heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Yeah. In just a short while, the 3 of them were surrounded by 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts. Emoyushi and the other two's escape came to an abrupt halt. One 200-foot heaven-devouring tailed beast had already caused Emoyushi to pay a heavy price to escape. Now there were 9 of them. Even the smallest was 200 feet tall. How were they supposed to deal with them? The 3 of them landed at the foot of a mountain. They looked up at the 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts in the sky. All of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts are here? Jin Deyu smiled bitterly. The first person the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts took a liking to was Emoyushi. Emoyushi was heavily injured, but the heaven-devouring tailed beasts could taste her deliciousness. Although they didn't know who the Dark Phoenix was, they knew that Emoyushi was the strongest. Eating her would be very beneficial to them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts cried out happily. However, their joyful cries were jarring to the ears of Jin Deyu and the others. Is it over? Emoyushi said bitterly. Bai Qi and Jin Deyu also held their breaths. Jin Deyu, send a message to Xianying. If Yin Chuan comes back alive, tell him that if there's a next life, I'll still be his wife. Emoyushi said with a sad smile. Maybe the Empress will be fine. The Heavenly Emperor will be fine. Maybe the Empress will be fine too. Even if, Jin Deyu comforted her. Send the message. Emoyushi shook her head. They were in a desperate situation. There was no way to escape. This wasn't Xianying. There was nothing they could do. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts glared at each other for a while. Then, they pounced on Emoyushi, Jindayu and Baichi. Emoyushi was heavily injured. There was nothing she could do. After asking Jindayu to send a message to Xianying, Emoyushi closed her eyes. She recalled how good Yin Chuan was. At the moment of death, Emoyushi's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts charged. The one at the front was about to swallow Emoyushi whole. Boom! Beneath Emoyushi's feet, the ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a large piece of land exploded. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from beneath the shattered earth. A huge creature broke out of the ground. It was a seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that was 2,000 feet long. However, its head was green, and its eyes shone with a sharp green light. There was also a pair of dragon horns on its head. The dragon horn-tailed beast charged at the heaven-devouring tailed beast at the front. Boom! Under the huge impact, the surrounding void suddenly became chaotic. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's rhythm was disrupted by the dragon horn-tailed beast. All the heaven-devouring tailed beasts froze. They looked at the strange creature in front of them in shock. Emoyushi was prepared to die. However, when she saw the dragon horn-tailed beast, her expression changed. Yin Chuan! Emoyushi shouted in joy. The dragon horn-tailed beast stood on the ground with 3 tails. It seemed to be protecting Baichi, Jindayu and Emoyushi. The Emperor of Heaven! Jindayu and Baichi were overjoyed. Emoyushi was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. The dragon horn-tailed beast looked down at the 3 of them. Its eyes were still cold. It looked at them blankly, as if it did not know them. However, it was instinctively protecting them. The dragon horn-tailed beast turned its head. It did not seem to like this feeling. Roar! It roared at the 3 of them. Yeah. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts looked at the dragon horn-tailed beast curiously. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared at the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was as if it was provoking all the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. The dragon horn-tailed beast's provocation angered the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. They looked ferocious. The dragon horn-tailed beast did not care. It swung its huge tail, and it instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heaven-devouring tailed beast that Emoyushi had injured. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was covered in wounds. However, its wounds were healing quickly. Suddenly, it wrapped its tail around the dragon horn-tailed beast. Yeah! The dragon horn-tailed beast cried out in confusion. Whoosh! It was pulled to the dragon horn-tailed beast. Awa! The dragon horn-tailed beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! The dragon horn-tailed beast's body slowly expanded. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts on the other side looked even more ferocious. After all, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts would devour the other beasts when there were other beasts around. This was the common understanding of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was also the reason why they were only fighting for Emoyushi in the beginning. This dragon horn-tailed beast had gone too far. In an instant, the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts saw the dragon horn-tailed beast as their enemy. They looked ferocious and were ready to kill the dragon horn-tailed beast. Chapter 1437. In the everlasting domain, sea fog filled the sky. At the north coast, boom! 4 figures appeared at the seaside. Pejun Tanlang, Jumin and Wu Chu. We've been delayed for a while. We're finally here. Tanlang said. Unfortunately, the fog is so thick that we can't see them clearly. Wu Chu frowned. It's okay. We'll find Yin Chuan soon. Let's go in. Tanlang said. Okay. Boom! The group of people rushed into the everlasting domain. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared and pounced on the 9 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Boom! The 10 tails tangled together. The dragon horn-tailed beast knew that it was 1 against 9, so it tried its best to stay together. Ah! The dragon horn-tailed beast bit down on a group of tails. Its own tail was bitten as well. Yeah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts cried out in pain. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately let go of their tails. However, the dragon horn-tailed beast did not seem to be afraid of pain, and continued to bite down on the group of tails. Two of its own tails were bitten off again. Yeah. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts waved their huge tails in pain. For a moment, the void around them shattered. Mou Shi, Bai Qi, and Jin Du quickly took the opportunity to escape to a safe place. The three of them knew that they could not help at all. Even if they stayed, they would not be of any help. They might even affect the dragon horn-tailed beast's battle. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared angrily. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless blood seas appeared in all directions. As soon as the blood seas appeared, they drowned the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts. At this moment, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts did not have the mood to devour the blood seas. Their tails were bitten off, and they wanted to take revenge on the dragon horn-tailed beast. The blood seas were in chaos. Suddenly, they could not tell who was who. Yeah. Roar! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts roared angrily. Suddenly, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts saw a tail beast sweep over. Rumble! The blood seas continued to fill up the void. The original battle suddenly became chaotic. No one knew who they were fighting, but that was no longer important. They just needed to eat the other party. Boom! Boom! In the blood sea, a group of heaven-devouring tailed beasts fought each other. The sea of blood filled the sky, surging with invincibility. Awoo! Awoo! After fighting for a while, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Waves of powerful auras were constantly being emitted. Clearly, some of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts were growing stronger. In the outside world, Mou Shi's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Sea Divine Ability. This is Yan Chuan's divine ability. As expected, Yan Chuan is still alive. Mou Shi was worried, but her eyes were filled with joy. Everyone waited patiently for an unknown period of time. Boom! All of a sudden, the sea of blood exploded and dispersed. The original 10 heaven-devouring tail beasts had all been used up. Only 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts were left, biting each other. 2 heaven-devouring tailed beasts that were 250 feet long. 1 dragon horn, the other 8 tails. They bit each other's tails and stared at each other, glaring at each other. Roar! Roar! The 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts continued to compete. Neither was willing to give in. Neither was able to eat the other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and 4 figures appeared in midair. Defeating armies Tanlang Jimin and Wu Chu had all arrived. Haha, I told you. Tanlang sneered. Yan Chuan. Defeating armies suddenly roared. The dragon horn-tailed beast was stunned for a moment, as if it was very sensitive to the name Yan Chuan. This slight pause gave the other tailed beast a chance to attack. Crack! Another tail of the dragon horn-tailed beast was bitten off. At the same time, the tailed beast chased after the dragon horn-tailed beast, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. No! Mou Shi screamed in horror. The tailed beast that Yan Chuan was in was eaten again? Oh! Defeating armies frowned. Rumble! The 8-tailed heaven-devouring tail beast's body suddenly expanded again. Soon, its body grew from 250 feet to 280 feet. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast cried out happily. However, after just 2 cries, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression, and he quickly rolled on the ground in pain. Yeah. The last heaven-devouring tail beast rolled on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it was surrounded by smoke and dust. What's going on? Tanlang frowned. Yan Chuan. Mou Shi flew over anxiously. Bai Qi and Jin Du followed closely behind. Ha, the Empress of Dezhen? And 2 generals of Dezhen? Defeating armies looked at them with hatred. Boom! Another loud noise came from the smoke and dust. The noise gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. 2 huge dragon horns appeared on the head of the heaven-devouring tail beast. It opened its eyes and 2 beams of green light shot out. Middle Sky Continent Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei had been watching defeating armies and his group. His vision pierced through the fog, and he instantly saw the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Yan Chuan, he's controlling the new heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a dark expression. In the distance, The new heaven-devouring tail beast turned its head and looked at Mouxia, and then at defeating armies and his group. It was as if it didn't recognize Mouxia, but it could tell who was hostile towards it. The hostility came from defeating armies, Tanlang, Jumen, and Wuxia. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared at the four of them instinctively. Haha, you think you can escape just because you've turned into a beast? Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you've suffered back then. Defeating armies shouted angrily. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast acted on instinct and didn't waste time talking. Its four huge tails immediately rushed towards the four of them. The four of them were stunned. 1 against 4? Yinchuan really didn't want to live anymore. They each took out their weapons and slashed at the four huge tails. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the space shattered. The weapons and the huge tails retreated. However, the huge tails weren't injured at all. What? The four commanders' expressions suddenly changed. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei also narrowed his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared and rushed towards the four of them again. Rumble! 8 huge tails broke through the space and swept towards the four of them again. Watch out! Tanlang yelled. Boom! 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 After another collision, the heaven-devouring tail beast became fiercer and fiercer. The four of them attacked with all their might. Only Tanlang's attack left a huge wound on one of the huge tails. The other 3 couldn't even move the huge tails. The heaven-devouring tail beast was in pain. It twisted its head and opened its mouth to swallow Tanlang. You're asking for it. Sky-breaking sword. Tanlang stabbed his sword into the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. The huge sword energy was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. It didn't back down and pounced again. Bastard! Tanlang's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the shadow of a huge wolf seemed to appear in the air. It pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast. It swallowed the heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast was getting closer and closer to Tanlang. What? Tanlang exclaimed. The other 3's expressions changed. Seeing that Tanlang was in trouble, they immediately stabbed their weapons at the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! 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 After 3 heavy attacks, the heaven-devouring tail beast was finally stopped. Tanlang immediately escaped. However, the heaven-devouring tail beast had too many tails. One of them instantly wrapped around defeating armies and tied him up. Defeating armies' expression changed. Let go of defeating armies, Tanlang exclaimed. Jimin and Wuxia's expressions changed as well. They had just escaped when they pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast again. Their weapons were even more ferocious. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, at this moment, another tail wrapped around Jimin. Jimin screamed. He was immediately tied up by the tail and could not move. Cut off his tail and save defeating armies in Jimin, Tanlang exclaimed. Tanlang and Wuxia cut off 1 tail each and slashed at the heaven-devouring tail beast's 2 huge tails. Boom! Before Wuxia could use his full power, another tail wrapped around him. However, Tanlang's attack was powerful. It shattered the void and cut off defeating army's tail. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, another tail bound defeating armies, who had just escaped once again. In just a short while, only Tanlang was left of the 4 powerhouses. The other 3 were caught in the tail and looked terrified. Defeating armies. Jimin, Wuxia. The 3's astral energy could not break free from the heaven-devouring tail beast's power. Let them go, Tanlang said anxiously. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast looked fierce. It blocked Tanlang's attack while preparing to send the 3 into its mouth. Mouxia, Bai Qi, and Jindu looked at the heaven-devouring tail beast in front of them in shock. The 4 of them are all level 15. How can the Celestial Emperor be so powerful? Jindu said in shock. Isn't this too fierce? Middle Sky Continent Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed when he saw that his 4 subordinates were about to be killed. Heaven-devouring tail beast? Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei glared. He sat on the dragon throne, and suddenly emitted a purple light. The purple light left his body, and formed a transparent human figure of Great Emperor Ziwei. When Chu guard my body, I'll send my projection over. Great Emperor Ziwei's projection shouted. Yes. When Chu answered. The transparent projection of Great Emperor Ziwei dashed forward. Whoosh! It disappeared from the spot. As for his real body, it sat on the dragon throne without moving. Eternal domain. Tanlong's sword slashed down fiercely. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast did not care at all. It sent the 3 cultivators into its mouth in the blink of an eye. It was not afraid of the energy saber. It would eat them all. No! Tanlang roared in despair. The 3 brothers from the second epoch were going to be eaten right in front of their eyes? Tanlang, save me! Pajun Ju Men and Wu Chu cried out. But Tanlang could do nothing. Just as the 3 of them were about to be eaten, suddenly, a purple light appeared from the north and slammed into the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! A force several times stronger than Tanlong's collided. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying from the center of Eternal Domain. The huge force shattered the void and sent it flying to the seaside of Eternal Domain. A super heavy blow. Chapter 1438. Boom! A force that was several times stronger than Tanlang's hit sent the heaven-devouring tailed beast flying from the center of the everlasting domain. Under the huge force, it shattered the void and flew to the seaside of the everlasting domain. A super heavy blow. It crossed half the domain. Under the huge force, Pajun Ju Men and Wu Chu were freed and sent to different places. They were all overjoyed. One had to know that they were almost eaten just now. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's digestive ability was obvious to all. Although they had never eaten a 15th-level celestial plane cultivator before, they could not guarantee that they would not be digested. Boom! The heaven-devouring tailed beast only stopped after destroying a large mountain range. In the distance, everyone flew towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was buried in a pile of ruins. It was stunned by the sudden attack. After a while, crack, crack. The heaven-devouring tailed beast slowly stirred the ruins and got up. In the outside world, 5 figures were standing in the air. Tanlang, Ju Men, Pajun Wu Chu, and a purple transparent figure exuded a majestic aura. Under the purple transparent figure's feet was a vast triangular arched altar. The Great Emperor's altar. Thank you, my lord. Pajun and the other 2 bowed gratefully. Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack had saved everyone just now. The transparent figure in front of them was a projection of Great Emperor Ziwei. He had arrived in the everlasting domain from such a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was indescribably fierce. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold as he looked at the heaven-devouring tailed beast that had crawled out of the ruins. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast growled. The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Its eyes flashed with anger. It had almost eaten something delicious just now, but it had been ruined by him. Mfian Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared. Swinging its 7 tails, the sky-devouring tail beast looked like it was going to eat all 5 of them. My lord, this beast is really powerful. This subordinate is at the middle stage of the 15th heavenly layer. With the help of Army Destroyer, Jumin, and Wuxia, I barely managed to cut off one of its tails. Tanlang said bitterly. They had thought that they would be able to tear down all obstacles before them. But after encountering this monster, they realized that other than themselves, they had nearly been wiped out. Master, this monster is very strange. It doesn't seem to have Yin Chuan's intelligence, but it can use some of Yin Chuan's abilities. Defeating Army said. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast let out another roar. Its huge tail stretched out with a loud rumble. It grew longer and charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. He wanted to take revenge for the previous attack. The giant tail lashed out like a heavy sword. It tore through the void and arrived in front of Great Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes turned cold. He extended his right index and middle finger and pointed them at the giant tail. Between Great Emperor Ziwei's right index and middle finger, a blood-red ball of light suddenly appeared. It was like a blood-red demonic star shooting out from his fingertips. It was extremely beautiful. His two fingers touched the giant tail. Boom! The sky-devouring tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded. Yeah! The sky-devouring tailed beast suddenly cried out in pain. 2 fingertips to break one of its tails? Tan Lang and the others all looked extremely impressed. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength had long become a legend in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring tailed beast was left with only 6 tails. After being hit by Great Emperor Ziwei again, not only was it not afraid, but its eyes became even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! As it roared, the sky-devouring tailed beast pounced towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. When it opened its mouth, its expression was ferocious. It was as if it would only be satisfied after swallowing Great Emperor Ziwei completely. Beast! You're courting death. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He extended his right palm. There were 7 large red moles on his right palm. It was extremely beautiful. His right palm struck out. Boom! Above the void, a huge purple energy palm suddenly appeared. However, this energy palm was different from other energy palms. Within Great Emperor Ziwei's energy palm, there were 7 blood-red light spots. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and there were 7 demonic moles on his palm. Boom! The energy palm struck the sky-devouring tailed beast's head, and the 7 demonic moles instantly shot out 7 beams of scarlet light. Bam! 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 The 7 beams of scarlet light instantly pierced through the sky-devouring tailed beast. In an instant, 7 large holes were pierced through its body. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast cried out in horror. On the side, Tan Lang and the others were shocked. One should know that when their attacks landed on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body, they all rebounded. Even if they attacked with all their might, they could not do anything to the beast's powerful defense. However, the 7 demonic moles on their master's palm instantly pierced 7 large holes through the beast's head. The 7 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's head looked extremely ferocious. PFFTT, the energy palm dissipated. Countless colorful gases suddenly emitted from the 14 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. It was like a balloon that had deflated. Plop! The sky-devouring tailed beast fell to the ground from midair. It could not even withstand a single attack from Great Emperor Ziwei. The ferocious sky-devouring tailed beast was no match for Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. Sizzle! Colorful gases continued to emit from the 14 bloody holes. The sky-devouring tailed beast gradually lost consciousness. Was it dead? Was it dead just like that? Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi's despairing cry suddenly came from afar. Mo Yushi was severely injured. Jin Dayu had transformed into the Golden Crow and rushed over with Bai Qi and Mo Yushi in tow. However, when they arrived, they saw the sky-devouring tailed beast killed by Great Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike. No! Enduring the pain, Mo Yushi roared and flew toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. Yin Chuan, don't die! Yin Chuan! Mo Yushi pounced on the sky-devouring tailed beast in horror. However, the sky-devouring tailed beast kept leaking spiritual essence. Celestial Emperor! Jin Dayu and Bai Qi also rushed over in horror. The previously invincible sky-devouring tailed beast was killed with a single move. Everyone rushed toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. In midair, Pajun and the others admired Great Emperor Ziwei even more. My lord is invincible! Everyone exclaimed in their hearts. So what if it was the sky-devouring tailed beast? He killed it with a single move? Their lord was too powerful. No wonder he was the most powerful Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. There are still signs of life. Ha! Everyone was slightly stunned. As the sky-devouring tailed beast leaked spiritual essence, its entire body seemed to be rapidly decaying. The sky-devouring tailed beast was dead. It had been killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Its body was decaying. Mo Yushi rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She kept calling out Yin Chuan's name. Just as Mo Yushi was calling out. Cough. A soft cough came from the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. Yushi's crying stopped slightly. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Cough, cough. There were 2 more coughs. The sky-devouring tailed beast's body was rapidly decaying. Yushi quickly dug through the rotten flesh. Soon she found a sack inside. A naked man was wrapped in the sack. The man seemed to have fallen into a coma. He was slowly waking up. Cough, cough. The man coughed again. Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan, Yin Chuan. Yushi cried out excitedly. Rip. Yushi tore open the sack, revealing Yin Chuan's head. Yin Chuan, that's great. You're fine. Yushi hugged Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was in Yushi's arms. He slowly opened his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, zombie Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, I can finally feel my human body again. Eternal domain. Yin Chuan. Defeating armies shouted. Yin Chuan, who was in Yushi's arms, suddenly focused his empty eyes. Yin Chuan in human form had awakened. Zombie Yin Chuan transmitted his will. And Yin Chuan in human form had regained his consciousness. Yin Chuan in human form frowned as he looked at the 5 people in mid-air. Tanlang defeating armies Wuxia and Jimin. There was also a transparent person in purple imperial robes. He was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. His identity was obvious. Great Emperor Ziwei? Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Yin Chuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yin Chuan? How have you been since we last met? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Back then, in the heavenly sea of the outer North Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei had accepted the position of a saint. Although he didn't talk to Yin Chuan back then, they still met once. Great Emperor Ziwei? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Just now, how did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked curiously. Although the heaven-devouring tailed beast was nothing to Great Emperor Ziwei, he was still curious about it. Yin Chuan's cultivation was only at the 12th layer of heaven. How could a 12th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven? Control a 15th layer of heaven? To be able to control a heaven-devouring tailed beast with a gap of 3 layers, there must be something special about it. Control. Yin Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Stop pretending. What's the point? Defeating armies suddenly shouted. Do you have the right to speak? Yin Chuan looked at defeating armies. Bastard, what did you say? Defeating armies shouted angrily. The humiliation in the past was still vivid in his mind. Now he was humiliating him in front of Great Emperor Ziwei again? If it weren't for Great Emperor Ziwei, defeating armies would have killed Yin Chuan immediately to take revenge for the past. Yin Chuan naturally didn't need to be polite to defeating armies. Now that the situation was bad, it didn't mean that he needed to curry favor with defeating armies. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with Yin Chuan's attitude. Yin Chuan, I'll ask you again. How did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly again. As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Yin Chuan and the others. Boom! The rotten corpse of the heaven-devouring tailed beast was instantly flattened. A powerful aura rushed towards everyone. But at this moment, a beam of green light shot out from the southeast. Boom! The green light collided with Great Emperor Ziwei's aura with a powerful aura. It brazenly blocked the impact of Great Emperor Ziwei's aura. A green transparent figure instantly blocked in front of Yin Chuan and the others. It was another projection. The number 1 person in the 3rd era, Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei's face darkened. Chapter 1439. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace, in the southern outer continent, Kong Huangtian stood quietly with a group of Kong family members. Kong Huangtian had been paying attention to the Eternal Dominion. Most importantly, he was paying attention to Yin Chuan. Parasitism. Most of the Kong family members possessed one of the 2 divine abilities of the peacock. However, no one else had ever possessed the parasitism divine ability. Yin Chuan was the first one. Kong Huangtian looked into the distance solemnly, observing Yin Chuan. When Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared, and Yin Chuan was on the verge of death, Kong Huangtian finally made a move. Blind Kong, protect my body. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Buzz. Kong Huangtian's body emitted a green light as a projection stepped out of his body. Yes, Blind Kong said respectfully. Boom. Kong Huangtian's projection shot towards the Eternal Dominion and disappeared in an instant. The number one person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Kong Huangtian's body was covered in green light, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in front of Yin Chuan and the others, blocking Yin Chuan and the others behind him. Middle Heaven Big Dipper Great Emperor Ziwei. I've long heard of your great name. Kong Huangtian nodded. The two peerless experts stared at each other. Yin Chuan, who was behind Kong Huangtian, frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Huangtian solemnly. One had to know that although he had a trace of the Kong family's bloodline, he didn't have much interaction with Kong Huangtian. At this critical moment, Kong Huangtian was blocking in front of him? Why? Screech. A group of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was the Kong family's patriarch Peacock. Peacock had long been paying attention to the battle of the heaven-devouring beast, but he didn't dare to show himself. The battle here was also his main focus. It just so happened that this place wasn't far from where he was originally. Peacock Z had arrived early and hid in the dark until Kong Huangtian appeared. Greetings, old ancestor. Peacock and his subordinates said. Kong Huangtian nodded, but he kept looking at Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian with a puzzled expression. Kong Huangtian, I'm doing something. Why are you blocking me? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Great Emperor Ziwei, may I know what you need to do? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Do I need to report to you when I do things? Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, I know what Great Emperor Ziwei wants to do, but I want to protect Yin Chuan. I hope Great Emperor Ziwei can show mercy. Amen. Everyone looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Protect? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly. Yes, Yin Chuan has our Kong clan's bloodline. Kong Huangtian nodded. At this moment, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between Kong Huangtian and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he was merely interrogating Yin Chuan about the secret technique that he had used. Yet, Kong Huangtian suddenly came here to prevent him from interrogating Yin Chuan? Could it be that the secret technique was something shameful? Oh, the Kong clan's bloodline? It's a pity that he doesn't acknowledge your bloodline. Otherwise, why didn't he join your Kong clan when he was in the heavenly court? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Kong Huangtian didn't say anything. Peacock Z suddenly turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, are you willing to join my Kong clan? Great Emperor Ziwei's excuse was exactly what Peacock Z wanted. Peacock Z had always been thinking about how to strengthen the Kong clan and how to bring De Zhen into the Kong clan. Now that the opportunity had come, he was naturally anxious. Although Yin Chuan was weak, he wasn't stupid. He smiled coldly and said, Clan leader Kong, you must be joking. Peacock Z's expression suddenly changed. He was angry that Yin Chuan didn't cooperate. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly and said, Did you see that? He doesn't acknowledge your Kong clan. Kong Huangtian, get out of the way. Kong Huangtian shook his head and said, I didn't say that he acknowledged the Kong clan. I only said that he has the Kong clan's bloodline. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression turned cold. At the side, Peacock Z also looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Yin Chuan didn't even acknowledge the Kong clan as his ancestor. Why did the old ancestor still want to protect him? The more Kong Huangtian protected Yin Chuan, the more curious Great Emperor Ziwei became. At the same time, he became more and more serious about the previous question. Great Emperor Ziwei, please leave, Kong Huangtian said again. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and shook his head. What if I don't leave? Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere around them gradually changed. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other coldly. It was as if they would immediately fight if they made the slightest move. Great Emperor Ziwei, this is the southern outer continent. Please leave. I Ziwei have never failed to take away anyone that I want. Their auras continued to rise as they collided with each other. Rumble. The collision of their auras created a series of sonic booms. Just as their auras reached their peak boom, from the north, another beam of white light suddenly rushed over. A violent aura instantly dispersed the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. Whoosh! A white figure stopped. A fat, transparent, white-clothed man was standing on a huge Great Emperor altar. Pajun, Peacock Z, and the others' expressions changed. What day was it today? Why was there another Great Emperor here? Everyone looked over. Eastern Orthodox sect? Yin Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the director of the Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Department? Why? Great Emperor Changsheng? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, Great Emperor Ziwei. I haven't seen you for 2 eras. You're still a real man. Great Emperor Changsheng laughed. Great Emperor Ziwei. Peacock Z, and the others were confused. This was Great Emperor Changsheng? But why was his tone so strange? What are you doing here? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. You can come, but I can't. That Yin Chuan is my brother. I'm here to see him. Great Emperor Changsheng said with a smile. Brother? Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. The others also looked at Great Emperor Changsheng in shock. Of course, when Yin Chuan and I were in the sealed realm, we peeked at a. Great Emperor Changsheng stopped halfway through his sentence. On the other hand, Yin Chuan's face turned black. This was because Yin Chuan already knew what Dongfang Zhengpai was talking about. In the sealed world, Dongfang Zhengpai would often peek at women bathing. The first time they met, Yin Chuan bumped into him. In short, Yin Chuan and I are good brothers. Great Emperor Ziwei, what are you trying to do? Great Emperor Changsheng stood in front of Yin Chuan, looking as if he was supporting Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes and stared at Great Emperor Changsheng. The Longevity Emperor replied with a grin. Although Great Emperor Changsheng said it casually, it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. Kong Huangtian's attitude also made it clear that he wanted to protect Yin Chuan. A single Yin Chuan had actually used 2 peerless powerhouses to protect him? Defeating armies, Tan Lang, and the others all looked surprised. Even Peacock Z was at a loss at this moment. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. Alright. For your sake, I'll spare Yin Chuan for now. In the future, Yin Chuan won't be so lucky. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei, you're really a good person. Great Emperor Changsheng said seriously. Great Emperor Ziwei. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Great Emperor Ziwei led his 4 subordinates and shot towards the north. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought Ziwei was really going to fight. Great Emperor Changsheng patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Everyone. Great Emperor Ziwei left. At this moment, Great Emperor Changsheng looked at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan. He had no intention of bringing him back to the Kong family. Don't die too early, Kong Huangtian said lightly. Boom! Kong Huangtian instantly shot towards the imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great ancestor, great ancestor. Peacock Z's expression changed as he chased after Kong Huangtian. Everyone followed and left. Peacock Z still looked at Yin Chuan with some reluctance. How good would it be if Yin Chuan was his subordinate? However, this person was too insensible. Everyone left, leaving Great Emperor Changsheng alone. Dongfang Zhengpai. Yin Chuan asked curiously. Ha ha ha. You should just call me Changsheng or Zhengpai. It was fine in the past, but now I'm still using the surname Dongfang. I feel weird. After all this, I've actually become Dongfang Bubi's grandson. Great Emperor Changsheng laughed. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. Let's go. To support this projection of mine, we have to constantly spend money. Follow me to the Longevity Palace. There's no need to stay here anymore. Great Emperor Changsheng said. Alright. Yin Chuan nodded. He slowly stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a set of dragon robes appeared on his body. Jindai, you stay here. Gather the 6 dragons and wait for me at the Longevity Palace. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Jindai replied. Let's go. Great Emperor Changsheng flicked his sleeve. Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi immediately shot towards the celestial longevity realm. Along the way, Emoyushi quickly took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them to recover from her injuries. Yen Chuan's body was still weak. Bai Qi supported him by the side. Underworld, Great Qin City. Clang. Zombie Yen Chuan stepped out of the training room. Celestial Emperor. The civil and military officials stood respectfully outside, looking nervously at zombie Yen Chuan. Celestial Emperor, is everlasting domain all right? Li Si asked worriedly. Inform everyone that the crisis has been resolved. I'm safe, zombie Yen Chuan said. Yes. Li Si smiled excitedly. News of zombie Yen Chuan's safety quickly spread to Xianyang. Immediately Xianyang's ministers and empress cheered. Meow. That's great. It's finally all right. Meow cried. But what happened? Lure was still worried. Let's go to the underworld and ask Yen Chuan. Zizi smiled. Okay. Zhao Wafeng nodded immediately. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Xianyang's heavenly pavilion, silver-eyed Yen Chuan sat in the center of the great hall. There were 3,000 pillars of light in the great hall, each surging with energy. Compared to when he first started, he was much more proficient. Gradually, his form became the same as the space in the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is indeed mysterious. The 3,000 heavenly Tao can finally merge into one. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan sighed. Chapter 1440. Yang Realm, Southwest Continent, Celestial Longevity Realm. The officials were guarding Emperor Changxing's body. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Emperor Changxing's projection returned. Along with him were three haggard figures, Yen Chuan, Bai Qi, and Emoyushi. Welcome back, my lord, the officials said. Among them, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. My lord, you've captured Emoyushi. That's great. Thank you, my lord. Qi Sha was overjoyed. He thought that Emperor Changxing had gone there to avenge him. Emoyushi frowned. Emperor Changxing scolded. Get out of my way. This is my brother's wife. If you dare disrespect her, I'll punish you by sending you to the mines. Ha! Qi Sha's face froze. Whoosh! Emperor Changxing's projection took a picture with his body. Yen Chuan, you're all heavily injured. Rest first. We'll talk after you've rested, Emperor Changxing said. Yen Chuan nodded. Emperor Changxing arranged for Yen Chuan and the others to rest first. Emoyushi's injuries were the most serious. She would need a long time to recuperate. Bai Qi's injuries were not serious. He stood guard for the two. In a quiet room, Emoyushi and Yen Chuan sat together with their legs crossed. Peak Tier 12. Just one more step, and I'll reach Tier 13. What a pity. Yen Chuan sighed. Yen Chuan reached out, and a pink bead appeared in his palm. A transparent sky-devouring tail beast was sealed in the bead. 201 sky-devouring tail beast soul essences? Heh. Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Yen Chuan put away the pink bead. He looked at Emoyushi. Emoyushi was still recuperating. Yen Chuan stood up and took out a pool of water. He took a bath and changed his clothes before walking to the door. Kwang. Opening the door, Yen Chuan stepped out of the main hall, dressed in a soft black robe. Heavenly Emperor. Bai Qi said respectfully, guard the outside of the palace. No one is to disturb Yushi. Yen Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Yen Chuan strode towards the Longevity Palace. Not long after, 7 Kills walked toward him. Haha, Yen Di, I'm really sorry about that day. I just made a mistake. Fortunately, Yen Di is fine. Otherwise I would have sinned. Qi Sha immediately stepped forward with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to take revenge, but Immortal Emperor's attitude made 7 Kills realize that revenge was futile. His lord was the first to disagree. He immediately thought of repairing their relationship. Looking at 7 Kills, Yen Chuan nodded. I saw it clearly that day as well. It was all a coincidence. Ha ha ha, Yen Di is still the most sensible. I've been scolded by my brothers for a long time. Yen Di, our lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me bring you to him. 7 Kills smiled. All right. Yen Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yen Chuan also wanted to meet Dongfang Jin sect. Immortal Emperor, Yen Chuan was really surprised when the two of them joined forces. Yen Chuan finally met Immortal Emperor on a large balcony. You can leave now, Immortal Emperor said to 7 kills. Yes, 7 kills left, leaving only Yen Chuan and Immortal Emperor. Haha, Yen Chuan, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Emperor smiled proudly. The Longevity Emperor's personality was extremely carefree and easygoing. He treated his subjects like this, and Yen Chuan like this as well. Although there was a slight difference between him and the Eastern Orthodox sect, his easygoing personality was still similar. Indeed, I didn't expect this. When Ren Shu said you were someone from the Second Era, I did make a lot of guesses, but I didn't expect you to be Immortal Emperor. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yen Chuan smiled wryly. Of course. Can't an emperor be fat? Who made that rule? I'm fat, so I'm proud, Immortal Emperor said immediately. Yen Chuan nodded strangely. Speaking of which, your identity is very strange. Your body in the mortal realm is related to Bai Huang, Mingyi, and Kong Huangtian. Your body in the netherworld is related to Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Take it easy, Immortal Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yen Chuan nodded with a smile. After all, Immortal Emperor's tone was one of concern. Yen Chuan took out a pot of tea, poured 2 cups and drank. Immortal Emperor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the other cup and drank as well. Not bad. Golden Ganoderma tea that ripens once every 3,000 years. Immortal Emperor smiled. Yen Chuan smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about the Second Era? Also, how did you obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank? Yen Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era? The Second Era is divided into the early, middle, and late periods. Today's emperors were born in the middle and late periods. Back then, one Great Emperor karmic rank after another kept popping up. I snatched one and became Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor said. Oh, snatch one? You didn't obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank through cultivation? Yen Chuan asked curiously. That's just a lie. How can you refine something like this yourself? The Longevity Immortal Emperor laughed. Born from heaven and earth? Immortal Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's strange. According to the pattern on the Great Emperor altar, there should be as many as 9. However, I only know 8 of them. There's still one more, but I don't know who it is. There's still someone you don't know? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Of course. There are countless conspiracies hidden in the secrets of heaven and earth. How could I know all of them? Immortal Emperor said matter-of-factly. That day, I have to thank you for your help. That's why Great Emperor Ziwei retreated, Yen Chuan said. Great Emperor Ziwei? He was born in the middle of the Second Era. You'd better not provoke him. Other than Great Emperor Jiangchen, whose whereabouts are still unknown, he's the strongest among the great emperors. He's extremely arrogant, powerful, and supercilious. He probably had other concerns that day, so he didn't bother you, Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Yen Chuan nodded solemnly. Then, do you know anything about the early part of the Second Era? Yen Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era was full of talents. You know Cao Cao. Back then, he was even more talented than me. Unfortunately, for some reason his cultivation stagnated. In the end, he came up with something as monstrous as fate. The early part of the Second Era is still a mystery. First of all, we don't know who the first great emperor was, but we do have a guess. Immortal Emperor frowned. Oh, the strongest person in the Second Era. 1.5. 1.5. Yen Chuan listened to the name with a strange expression. Yes. Although he rarely shows himself, haha, you know about the 3,000 stars of the Second Era, right? Immortal Emperor asked. That's right. Yen Chuan nodded. He was the one who created the 3,000 stars. Anyway, he's elusive, Immortal Emperor said. He was the first great emperor. I don't know. Because he was the strongest in the Second Era. We all have some guesses. Because he was recognized as the strongest person in the early part of the Second Era. He didn't show up in the middle and late part of the Second Era. He only showed up when the Second Era was about to end. The moment he appeared, he created the 3,000 stars, so 1.5? What a strange name. 1.5 or Tai Chi. The meaning of this name is more than a complete world. There's an extra heaven. This person was extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Immortal Emperor said. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. That day, I heard you mention Dongfang Bubi. Could it be that Dongfang Bubi was also a powerful person in the second era? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Dongfang Bubi was too pretentious. I don't like him. He was also from the early part of the second era. At the beginning, he was a great emperor. Immortal Emperor said. He was also a great emperor? Yes. The great emperor's karmic position under Great Emperor Qinglong's feet belonged to Dongfang Bubi. After Dongfang Bubi had it for a while, he suddenly didn't want it anymore. So he cut it out of his body. That was how Great Emperor Qinglong got it first. Immortal Emperor said. Oh, he didn't want the Great Emperor's karmic position? Why? Yin Chuan asked curiously. No one knows. Later on, I went to ask him. However, that bastard pulled a long face and said arrogantly. The Great Emperor's altar is too ugly. Immortal Emperor said unhappily. Yin Chuan was speechless. Ugly my ass. I worked so hard to get the Great Emperor's karmic position. How dare he insult it and say it's too ugly? Isn't he saying that I have no taste? At that time, I fought with him. Immortal Emperor said angrily. And then, Yin Chuan asked. There's nothing else. Emperor Changsheng said unhappily. Obviously, Immortal Emperor had lost. Yin Chuan didn't continue asking. At that moment, Yin Chuan finally understood why Great Emperor Ziwei would rather take over the Great Zhou dynasty than touch Dongfang Bubi's sphere of influence for the time being. Haven't you thought of combining all the Great Emperor's altars? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Who hasn't thought of that? Of course we have. But how? It's fine if you have this idea. Once you take action, you will definitely be surrounded by all the great emperors. However, it seems like Great Emperor Ziwei has this idea. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Then do you know about the Grave Clan? Yin Chuan asked. Grave Clan? Of course, they are a clan that was born in the early part of the Second Era. However, their numbers are very small, and they are an extremely strange clan. Moreover, they are a group of perverted lunatics who commit suicide for no reason. Damn! Immortal Emperor said strangely. Commit suicide for no reason? Yes. Once I was fighting with someone from the Grave Clan. In the middle of the fight he suddenly laughed and said, Ha ha ha, I finally know where I'm lacking. He stabbed the knife into his stomach, and then he died. I was scared out of my wits. I've never seen such a self-harming lunatic. Immortal Emperor said with a conflicted expression. Yin Chuan was speechless. Forget Immortal Emperor. Even Yin Chuan felt that it was extremely strange when he thought about it now. He was fighting with his opponent, and in the middle of the fight, he suddenly killed himself while laughing. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned for a long time. Chapter 1441. Yin Chuan and Emperor Changsheng discussed the situation of the Second Era. What? You're going to the Great Zhou Imperial Court? Emperor Changsheng exclaimed. That's right. That place is going to become a place of conflict. That's Great Emperor Ziwei's next target. Emperor Changsheng frowned. With a slight smile, Yin Chuan looked at Emperor Changsheng and said, Just as you said, Great Emperor Ziwei already has the ambition to rule the world. Emperor Changsheng frowned. After the Western continent is stabilized, where will he expand his territory? Your celestial longevity realm might not be able to escape either. Yin Chuan laughed. But that's a matter for the future. A matter for the future? It's not a matter for the future. The four realms are about to merge. There's not much time left. So what if we make a big splash this time? So what if the other great emperors hate us? There's not much time left. We can't afford to think twice. Yin Chuan shook his head. Emperor Changsheng frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Emperor Changsheng's expression suddenly changed. Then he smiled and said, Yin Chuan, if you can get more than 2 great emperor karma ranks, I will also give you mine. Huh. Yin Chuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom. A huge altar suddenly appeared under Emperor Changsheng's feet. This is the Great Emperor Altar. Take a look. Emperor Changsheng said. Yan Chuan took a closer look. This great emperor's altar looked even more perfect than his heavenly emperor's altar. There were traces of gentle and perfect light flowing over it. What's wrong? This great emperor altar seems to be affecting my mind, Emperor Changsheng said solemnly. Affecting your mind? Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. That's right. I used to live a happy life. When I was free, I would go to the lake and enjoy the beautiful scenery. But now, this hobby of mine is gradually disappearing, Emperor Changsheng said seriously. Yan Chuan. Beautiful scenery? That was peeping. The longevity monarch's hobby was too wretched. It's true. I realized that sometimes, I would have some inexplicable ambitions. I want to dominate the world. The longevity immortal emperor frowned and said. Isn't that good? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. What the hell? I don't want to live such a tiring life. But now my mentality has changed. I have to think so much every time. How can I have the time? The longevity immortal emperor said strangely. Yan Chuan. If you can get 2 emperor karmic ranks, it means that you have the desire and ability to do so. I will give you my emperor karmic rank. When you collect all the emperor karmic ranks in the future, just show me what's so special about them. Emperor Changsheng said solemnly. Yan Chuan looked at Emperor Changsheng strangely. This is too strange. It's true. I won't lie to you. I'll lie to you. Every time I peek, it'll be an old and ugly thing. Emperor Changsheng swore. Yan Chuan. In the netherworld, outside a huge palace in the North Outer Continent, the palace was called Xuanwu Palace. Outside Xuanwu Palace, an old man in a gray robe stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. The old man had a long beard and a slightly stooped figure. However, he looked very energetic. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Xuanwu, are you really not going to do anything? De Zhen's secret skill is completely targeted at us. Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. The old man, Emperor Xuanwu, smiled and shook his head. Emperor Rosefinch, you worry too much. Yan Chuan might not be targeting me. Why should I seek revenge? Can't you see? Emperor Ziwei deliberately spread this news. Why doesn't he deal with Yan Chuan himself? Emperor Ziwei has the fewest subordinates. We have the most subordinates in the Second Era. Emperor Rosefinch defended himself. But the enmity between the Ziwei celestial realm and De Zhen's heavenly court is even greater. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch's eyelids twitched wildly. He was unhappy. I know that you're unhappy that Yan Chuan captured a batch of your subordinates. However, you found the wrong person. You should find Emperor Qinglong. Half of his subordinates have been captured by Yan Chuan. Emperor Xuanwu laughed. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Emperor Xuanwu with suppressed anger in his heart. Humph. Emperor Rosefinch flung his sleeves and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. He was prepared to go to the world of the living to find Emperor Qinglong. After Emperor Rosefinch left, Emperor Xuanwu's expression froze and revealed a cold smile. Whoosh! In the distance, a white light shot over. It was a man in a white robe. The man was extremely dignified and had a ferocious aura. He instantly appeared beside Emperor Xuanwu. What's the matter? Rosefinch came to find you. What did you say? The white-robed man laughed. Emperor White Tiger, he also went to find you. What about you? Emperor Xuanwu laughed again. Emperor White Tiger smiled and shook his head. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Emperor Rosefinch still can't see through it. That's right. However, this is also good. Let them make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. However, we have to send someone to investigate the method of depriving the power of the stars as soon as possible. Our power is stored in the stars. Although we can use it, it's best to keep it in our hands. Emperor White Tiger said in a deep voice. Yes. Emperor Xuanwu nodded. Outside Qinglong's palace in the North Outer Continent in the world of the living, a group of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Seclusion? Emperor Rosefinch said gloomily. Yes, please forgive us, Emperor Rosefinch. After His Majesty took over the North Outer Continent, he began seclusion. No one is to disturb him. A subordinate said. Seclusion? Seclusion at this time? He couldn't break through for so long in the second era. How can he break through now? He's just brushing me off, right? Emperor Rosefinch said hatefully. Emperor Rosefinch, you've misunderstood. His Majesty is indeed in seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he wanted to refine a sword. Please forgive him. The subordinate said. Refine a sword? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yes. Don't you know about Emperor Ziwei? We know. We also want to save our brothers, but what's done can't be undone. It's useless to go now. At least they're still alive. Everything will wait for His Majesty to come out of seclusion. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he flew out of Qinglong's palace. After flying out of Qinglong's palace, Emperor Rosefinch didn't choose to return immediately. Instead, he looked toward the southeast. Xianying, an array that deprives the stars of their power. Very well, if you don't want to go, then I'll go myself. Yanchuan isn't in Xianying now. Who can do anything to me? Emperor Rosefinch said angrily. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch shot toward Xianying. Chapter 1442. Yanchuan looked at Emperor Changsheng with a strange expression. You still don't believe me? Emperor Changsheng was shocked. It was not that Yanchuan did not believe him, but it was too unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Yanchuan would never have thought that a great emperor would give up his great emperor karmic title to someone else. Moreover, the great emperor was giving it to him. Emperor Changsheng scratched his head and said, How about this? I will leave a mark on my great emperor altar for you. Oh, Yanchuan was puzzled. Boom. The great emperor altar landed on the ground, and Emperor Changsheng's body emitted white light. Open. The longevity immortal emperor shouted. Bang. Emperor Changsheng jumped out of the great emperor altar. Yanchuan, hurry up. It will only take a while to leave the great emperor altar. Stand on it, and leave your mark. You will become the second successor. If anything happens to me, it will automatically teleport to you. Emperor Changsheng said while panting. Obviously, there was a price to pay for leaving the great emperor altar without leaving. I believe you. There is no need for that. Yanchuan smiled bitterly. He did not expect Emperor Changsheng to be so direct. Hurry up. Otherwise, this separation will be for nothing. Immortal Emperor Changsheng shouted. Emperor Changsheng's urging made Yanchuan smile bitterly. He then nodded gratefully. Slowly, Yanchuan stepped onto the great emperor altar. Buzz! The moment he stepped onto the great emperor altar, a solemn and majestic aura rushed into Yanchuan's mind. It made Yanchuan feel as though he was looking down on all living things. It was a special thought. It was as though everything in the world was in the palm of one's hand after stepping onto the great emperor altar. Inhale. Yanchuan took in a deep breath. Just like what Emperor Changsheng had said, the great emperor altar was interfering with Yanchuan's state of mind. However, Yanchuan liked it. Hurry up. Emperor Changsheng shouted. Yanchuan nodded. Boom. The heavenly emperor sacrificial altar suddenly appeared beneath Yanchuan's feet. The two altars collided and Yanchuan's imprint poured into the great emperor's altar. Buzz! The great emperor sacrificial altar trembled violently as a ferocious intent rushed into Yanchuan's body. Boom! The huge consciousness seemed to be quickly washing over Yanchuan's body. Yanchuan's expression turned sluggish, and his face sank. He quickly gathered his will and collided with this sudden thought. Rumble. As the two wills clashed, Yanchuan's expression turned wary. As he nervously resisted, his entire body was drenched in sweat. See, I was the same back then. The longevity immortal emperor waved his hand. Buzz! Yanchuan only felt his mind suddenly become clear. He seemed to hear countless trembling sounds in his ears. Boom! A loud sound came from Yanchuan's body as a gust of wind swept up from Yanchuan's body in all directions. Huff! Yanchuan came back to his senses as determination flashed across his eyes. Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar? One day, I will get one that belongs to me. Yanchuan narrowed his eyes. Huff! The heavenly Emperor Sacrificial Altar beneath Yanchuan's feet disappeared as he stepped down from the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. On the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar, There seemed to be an additional mark. The longevity immortal emperor quickly stepped onto the great emperor's sacrificial altar and waved his hand. The great emperor's sacrificial altar then disappeared. You broke through? The longevity immortal emperor stared at Yin Chuan. That's right. I have to thank your great emperor's sacrificial altar. It's really amazing. In just an instant, it helped me break through to the 13th level of the heavens. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed, You are luckier than me. When I obtained the great emperor's sacrificial altar, I did not break through. The longevity immortal emperor exclaimed, I was at the peak of the 12th level of the heavens, and was only a step away from breaking through. Compared to you, my cultivation is still lower. That's why it was so easy for me to break through. Yin Chuan smiled. How do you feel? Very good. The willpower of the great emperor's sacrificial altar seems to have amplified my willpower. If I obtain the great emperor's sacrificial altar, my strength and willpower will be greatly enhanced. Yin Chuan said confidently. See, I said that it would affect one's mind. The longevity immortal emperor smiled bitterly. A little. Maybe your ambition does not lie here. But to me, the great emperor's sacrificial altar is my confidant. Therefore, I will obtain a great emperor karmic rank as soon as possible. Yin Chuan said firmly. All right. If that's the case, I will give you my great emperor karmic rank when you obtain too. The longevity immortal emperor said firmly. Looking at the longevity immortal emperor, Yin Chuan finally nodded his head and said, All right. It would be impolite for me to decline. All right. The longevity immortal emperor nodded his head. Yin Chuan, Mou Shi, and Bai Qi stayed in the longevity palace for a period of time. Jin Diyu also arrived at the longevity palace with his dragon carriage. During this period of time, Mou Shi's injuries had also healed. After staying for a few days, Yin Chuan and the rest bade farewell to the longevity palace. The longevity immortal emperor and his subordinates sent off Yin Chuan and the rest. Qi Sha walked at the front and said to Mou Shi, Madam Yin, I am really sorry for what I did that day. It was indeed unintentional. In order to make up for my mistake, I have the 6 phoenix treasured mirror here. Consider it as my apology. That day, Mou Shi was indeed angry. However, as long as Yin Chuan was fine, all her anger dissipated. Later on, Mou Shi calmed down and understood that Qi Sha had done it unintentionally. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Dongfangjing faction. Mou Shi did not hold a grudge against him. That day, I was also in the wrong. You don't have to blame yourself. Mou Shi said with a smile. No, a mistake is a mistake. Here, this is the 6 phoenix treasured mirror. It's useless to me, but it should be useful to you. 6 phoenix treasured mirror? That's right. Legend has it that the phoenix of the first era was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes, and the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was the ancestor of all phoenixes. She was worried that the phoenix race would go extinct without her protection. Thus, she passed down the 6 great guides, which can mobilize the power of the 72 reincarnations. Your supreme dark phoenix is one of the 6 great guides. There are also 5 supreme fire phoenixes, supreme ice phoenixes, and so on. Some phoenixes migrated to the other 3 realms. They each have their own specialties. You might encounter them in the future. 6 phoenix treasured mirror? Mou Shi took it gently. Thank you. Mou Shi nodded. Ha ha ha. As long as you don't blame me, Lady Yan. 7 kills laughed. Mou Shi nodded. All right, Emperor Changsheng, we'll meet again. Yin Chuan said. Emperor Changsheng nodded. Yin Chuan and the others stepped onto the dragon carriage. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! 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 The 6 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. Emperor Changsheng watched as Yin Chuan and the others left. Ziwei Palace, Zhongtian Continent, Ziwei Realm. Pajun, Wenchu, Wuchu, Tan Lang, Ju Men, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. My lord, Yin Chuan has left the celestial longevity realm. Wenchu said respectfully. Emperor Changsheng? Ha! I didn't expect his reincarnation to be so powerful. Emperor Ziwei said with a hint of disdain. My lord, with your strength that day, even Kong Huangtian and Emperor Changsheng were no match for you. Pejun said with a puzzled expression. I know, but I've been planning this for a long time. I don't want anything to happen at that time. Emperor Ziwei said as he tapped his fingers on the dragon throne. Oh. Pejun was puzzled. Wen Shu seemed to know everything and said respectfully, My lord, are you going to take action? Yes. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Then I'll mobilize the troops and change the direction of the attack. Wen Shu said respectfully, No need. The Great Zhou Imperial Court will be destroyed sooner or later. You continue with your work. I'll personally take charge of this. Emperor Ziwei's eyes narrowed. Yes. Wen Shu replied. What is it? Pejun was puzzled. Wen Shu took a deep breath and said, My lord wants us to take down the celestial longevity realm immediately. Ah. Pejun was surprised. Since the beginning of the Second Era, my lord has planted chess pieces in the celestial longevity realm. It's time to end it. Once we take down the celestial longevity realm, my lord will unify the Big Dipper and Big Dipper. Who in the world will be able to stop him? The other great emperors? They're not worth mentioning at all. Wen Shu laughed. Moreover, Great Emperor Changsheng's personality is too casual. He's not suitable to be a great emperor at all. Zuofu smiled. Pejun and the others' eyes lit up. We'll go through fire and water for my lord. We won't hesitate. Everyone said excitedly. Emperor Ziwei nodded. Zuofu, inform them to prepare for action. Zuofu stepped forward. Yes. Outside the East Continent Xianying, Great Emperor Rosefinch had tried to persuade a group of great emperors, but none of them were willing to fight against Great Zhen with him. He was very unhappy. If he returned to the celestial realm of Rosefinch now, he would feel even more humiliated. Therefore he came to Xianying alone. If no one else came, he would do it himself. He was a great emperor. How could he lose to Yin Chuan? Moreover, Yin Chuan wasn't in Xianying right now. Xianying was empty. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Great Emperor Rosefinch stood on the peak of a mountain and observed Xianying city coldly. He had failed once in Great Zhen. This time he didn't want to fail again. Yin Chuan isn't here? The empresses aren't here either? That stupid cat isn't here either? This Xianying city is really empty. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news that the formation that deprives the stars of their power should be in the Yang realm. What kind of formation is it? How can it have such an effect? If I can get my hands on this formation, I'll take back my power from the stars. If I leave it in the galaxy, there will be too many variables. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a low voice. After patrolling around Xianying, he didn't find the formation that deprived the stars of their power. However, he saw the road to the underworld not far away. Road to the underworld? I'll seal your road to the underworld first. Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. As he spoke, he stomped his foot. Rosefinch's seal. Boom! The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned red in an instant. Flames suddenly appeared on the ground, and the shape of the flames was that of a vermilion bird. What's going on? Why is the ground as hard as metal? There are so many Rosefinch flames. For a moment, Xianying was in an uproar. Rosefinch's seal not only blocked the road to the underworld, but even if ZZ was in the Yang realm, the road to the underworld wouldn't be able to reach this place smoothly. A large number of officials rushed to Skyward Palace anxiously. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the panicking Xianying city. Chapter 1443. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Boom! A loud explosion came from the direction of the Yellow Springs Road. The Yellow Springs Road has been cut off. ZZ's face darkened. At this moment, Zombie Yin Chuan was describing everything that had happened in Eternal Domain to the girls. The sudden change caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Soon Gigazi walked over. Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Rosefinch has sealed the land of Xianying City in the Yang realm. Feng Shui masters can't travel between the two realms. Gigazi said solemnly. They're finally here. How many people are there? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Just as we guessed, there's only Great Emperor Rosefinch. Gigazi said solemnly. That's good. Yanchuan nodded. Ever since Great Emperor Ziwei spread the news of the Great Heavenly Cycle star formation, Great Zhen has been paying close attention to the news of the various factions. Great Emperor Rosefinch visited the various Great Emperors, wanting to consign Great Zhen to eternal damnation. Unfortunately, the various Great Emperors had their own plans and failed to fulfill Great Zhen's wish. Gigazi said. In the end, Great Emperor Rosefinch still went to Xianyang City, Yanchuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, why did you wait until today? Gigazi frowned. Great Emperor Rosefinch traveled everywhere. I knew that there would be a battle with Great Zhen. He wanted to destroy Great Zhen, so I naturally couldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, my first stop in the west was the Golden Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against him. Only by persuading him can we teach Great Emperor Rosefinch a painful lesson. Yanchuan said in a low voice. But Celestial Emperor, although Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm has a grudge against Great Emperor Rosefinch, he might not be willing. Gigazi frowned. No, he'll definitely be willing. After all, Great Emperor Golden Celestial Realm's faction is too isolated. Yanchuan said with a smile. Each of the Great Emperors had a group of powerful subordinates. However, the Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were pitifully few. There were only a handful of them in the Second Epoch. Furthermore, he had just subdued them not long ago. The Heavenly Emperor passed the cosmic star formation to the Golden Great Emperor? Gigazi was slightly taken aback. That's right. Although the other Great Emperors didn't agree with Great Emperor Rosefinch, everyone is staring at this formation. Dajin is at the center of the whirlpool, so he needs someone to resist the whirlpool with him. Moreover, the more experts of the Second Era captured by Great Emperor Huangjin, the more benefits it will be for me. Yanchuan nodded affirmatively. Understood. Guiguzi nodded. But why wait until now? If Emperor Rosefinch comes to Xianyang, my Xianyang. Guiguzi was confused. Don't worry, Xianyang will be fine. The only reason we delayed it until today is so that Emperor Rosefinch will have to pay a greater price. Yanchuan said coldly. Yes. Send the message. Yanchuan said. Yes. Underworld, South Outer Region. Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Rosefinch Celestial Realm's capital, Rosefinch City. Outside Rosefinch City, Desolation Hua led a group of Dajin's national beasts and experts to stand in a valley. Beside him stood Golden Great Emperor in a golden robe. Golden Great Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor means that the experts of the Second Era, who besieged Rosefinch Celestial Realm, will be divided equally. You are the strongest, so you can use your strongest power to break through all obstacles and severely injure the experts. We will take advantage of you and capture those who severely injured you. We will divide them after we return. Desolation Hua said. Golden Great Emperor immediately laughed and said, Ha 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 ha, good. Pa. A jade pendant in Desolation Hua's hand shattered. The Heavenly Emperor has sent a letter. We can take action now. I wish Golden Great Emperor a great harvest. Desolation Hua smiled. Good. Let's go. Golden Great Emperor immediately flew into the sky and rushed toward Rosefinch City. Stop. A loud shout suddenly came from outside Rosefinch City. However, Golden Great Emperor soon arrived in front of Rosefinch City. Not good, quick, activate the Rosefinch Guardian Array. Exclamations suddenly came from the city. Buzz! A huge fiery red light shield blocked the outside. You want to stop me with the little Rosefinch Guardian Array? Break for me. Golden Great Emperor shouted. He stretched out his hand and punched the array. Boom! With a deafening sound, the surrounding heavenly Tao trembled. In an instant, the loud sound spread throughout the underworld. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Boom! Under the seal of Rosefinch, a large number of officials quickly gathered at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Right Minister Lu Buwei stepped in front of the officials. Great Emperor Rosefinch. Lu Buwei stared and shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch sneered. I heard that someone from the Rosefinch Celestial Realm was captured by Dajin and used the star power deprivation technique to deprive them of their star power? Great Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Lu Buwei's eyes were gloomy. Great Emperor Rosefinch, who did you hear this from? Ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter who I heard it from. What's important is that you release my subordinates and those who used the star power deprivation array. Follow me back to the Rosefinch Celestial Realm and accept the punishment of the Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted coldly. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. Lu Buwei sneered. Joking? The underworld gate has been sealed by me. Lu Buwei, what else can you do? Even Yin Chuan should be in the west now. Do you still want to resist? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. You can't resist. You're just a bunch of ants. I can stomp you to death with 1 foot. Humph, hand over everyone before my patience runs out. Hurry! Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted immediately. Boom! As he shouted, a shock wave rushed toward the great formation of Xianying, causing it to fluctuate. Countless commoners also revealed anxious looks at this moment. They couldn't connect to the underworld, and the celestial arch was out. What should they do? Even a large number of officials were looking at Lu Buwei anxiously. What should they do? This was not an ordinary person of the Second Era. This was Great Emperor Rosefinch, one of the 6 strongest of the 3,000 stars. Just as everyone was panicking. Kwang! Not far from the skyward hall, the door of a hall suddenly opened. Everyone looked over. Forbidden Zone Heaven Pavilion? Heaven Pavilion? Countless officials revealed looks of astonishment. Lu Buwei, however, looked at Heaven Pavilion with a hint of respect. Thud! 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 Footsteps were heard. A man in a white robe slowly walked out of Heaven Pavilion. The man slowly stepped out. His pair of silver eyes gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Celestial Arch? Someone was the first to exclaim. Celestial Arch. Everyone looked surprised. Of the 2 celestial thearchs, one went to the west outer continent, and the other was in the underworld. Why did another one appear in front of them? Moreover, his aura was even more extraordinary. Greetings, Celestial Arch. The officials immediately bowed respectfully. For a moment, Yin Chuan's appearance made all the officials' worries disappear. Their blind worship made it seem as if as long as Yin Chuan was around, they could cross any hurdle. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan slowly walked to the front of the officials and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch outside the city. Yin Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch also looked surprised. Weren't there only 2 Yin Chuan? Weren't there only 2 of them? His scouts had also sent news that one was in the underworld, and the other was in the west. Why was there a 3rd Yin Chuan? At this moment, Great Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one paying attention to Xianyang. Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu had also arrived in the Yang realm. They stood at the entrance of the Yellow Spring in the North Outer Continent and stared at Xianyang. Another Yin Chuan? That's impossible. I can only deduce 2 of them with my divination technique. How can I not deduce him? Great Emperor Xuanwu said in surprise. The Great Jin Heavenly Court is indeed very strange. Chapter 1444. Yang Realm, Shiwai Continent. Luoyang City. On a tall balcony, the people around them were all gone. Only a man and a woman were sitting at a stone table sipping tea. They were Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian. Wu Jiong poured a cup of tea for the sect leader of Tongtian. There's news from the front line. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage has entered Shiwai Continent. Can you see him? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. The sect leader of Tongtian shook his head. My body is at the 15th heaven. I can see the world with my eyes. However, the world is too big. I can only see it when there's a huge focal point. As for Yin Chuan's body, it's too insignificant in the vast world. It's like a speck of dust in the sky. How can I find him? Wu Jiong nodded. Since Yin Chuan can capture Guopijuan, he'll be of great help to us. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. This is our stage, our world. Sooner or later, everything in this world will be ours. The sect leader of Tongtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. Wu Jiong nodded with a smile. What number did Yin Chuan take this time? Wu Jiong asked with a smile. 108. The sect leader of Tongtian thought for a while. All right. Wu Jiong nodded. Shiwai Continent, Xianying City. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stepped out of Heaven Pavilion and looked coldly at Great Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Yin Chuan, there's another one? That's good. I'm sure you can't mobilize the power of the world. Wait for me to take you down. Great Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of excitement. Whoosh! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stepped out of Xianyang City. Heaven Emperor! Some officials were worried. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan flew in front of Great Emperor Rosefinch in the blink of an eye. What? You want to fight me like this? Great Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Not only Great Emperor Rosefinch, but Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger of the Outer North Continent were also at a loss. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes were still as cold as ever. He didn't even seem to be interested in what Emperor Rosefinch was saying. Lin Bing Doja, get into formation and advance. Yin Tong Yin Chuan shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, 9 enormous heavenly veins appeared around the two of them. The moment the heavenly vein appeared, the surrounding space shook. The heavenly Tao clone from the Great Thousand Realms rejected the first world. Ha ha ha, just because of this. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. 3,000 heavenly Tao appear. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Emperor Rosefinch's gaze was still filled with disdain. Based on this, previously, when the four of you fought against Emperor Qing Long, this wasn't enough. Why? Do you want to repeat the same mistake? Haha, you must be out of your mind. Emperor Rosefinch revealed a hint of disdain. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one. Even Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu weren't optimistic. There was another person looking at Xianyang. It was Nether River Patriarch, who was at the entrance of Chujiang Hall in the Netherworld. Nether River Patriarch seemed to be extremely concerned about Yin Chuan. Now that Xianyang was in trouble, Nether River Patriarch cast his gaze over again. 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand Realms? If they don't form a cycle, they're just a pile of trash. Nether River Patriarch was puzzled. However, this silver-eyed Yin Chuan is really strange. Even I didn't predict it. Heh. Nether River Patriarch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. In the Yang realm, Emperor Rosefinch looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan with disdain. He didn't waste any time, and immediately reached out his hand to grab silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Sins committed by the heavens can still survive, but sins committed by oneself cannot be spared. Boom! A huge fire-shaped energy palm tore through the void and grabbed at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, and a silver light shot out from his eyes. Buzz! The 100 heavenly Tao in the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, a large amount of turbulent energy of different colors surged out from the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy was extremely domineering. It instantly dispersed the fire-red energy palm and poured into the heavenly Tao. Nether River Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. The White Tiger and the Black Tortoise Great Emperor were also confused. Emperor Rosefinch was the most surprised. Although that palm strike just now was very casual, it couldn't have been so casually dispersed by Yin Chuan. Rosefinch's roar, 10,000 flames run. Emperor Rosefinch roared. Roar. Suddenly, a huge phantom of Rosefinch appeared behind Emperor Rosefinch. Rosefinch's phantom roared at the sky. Then rolling flames appeared out of nowhere. The flames turned into Rosefinch's appearance. 1,000,000 flames of Rosefinch went straight for Yin Chuan. 3,000 heavenly Tao array digest. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the 3,000 heavenly Tao was enveloped by thousands of rays of light. Then, countless turbulent energy rapidly shot out and swam around the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. As they swam, the void shattered. Countless Rosefinch's flames were instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy. Then, they poured into the 3,000 heavenly Tao and were further digested. The turbulent energy went straight for Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's face changed. He activated his spiritual power to form a huge shield. However, the turbulent energy was quickly digested layer by layer like food being digested by gastric juices. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. You actually mastered the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Impossible! Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan ignored Emperor Rosefinch. Instead, he took a step and jumped out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent energy grew stronger. The cycle of the heavenly Tao was completely simulated in the stomach of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, Yin Chuan used the 3,000 heavenly Tao of the Great Thousand World. It was even stronger than the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Rumble! The turbulent energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Whoosh! Suddenly, it broke through the shield and washed over Emperor Rosefinch's arm. Rip! Instantly, a piece of flesh was torn off his arm. Emperor Rosefinch's arm was badly mutilated. Emperor Karmic rank. Boom! A huge Emperor altar suddenly appeared beneath Emperor Rosefinch's feet. Once the Emperor altar appeared, a fiery red energy enveloped Emperor Rosefinch and blocked all the turbulent energy. The cycle of the heavenly Tao can't do anything to the Emperor altar? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's face darkened. Even so, you can forget about leaving. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Rumble! The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards the great Emperor altar, preventing the great Emperor Vermilion Bird from leaving. Heaven and Earth Furnace refining emperors? Nether Realm Old Ancestor Nether River squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Nether River Old Ancestor's eyes suddenly turned golden. His golden pupils opened, and his eyesight increased tremendously. It was as if he could see the scene within the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sensed something and turned around abruptly. Wang! His silver pupils suddenly shot out countless silver lights. It met Nether River Old Ancestor's golden pupils. Whoosh! The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of surprise appeared on their faces. They looked at each other for a moment, and then stopped looking at each other. Silver-eyed haha. Interesting. You can see through illusions? Nether River Old Ancestor laughed with a hint of surprise. In the Yang realm, silver-eyed Yin Chuan pondered for a moment before turning back to look at the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. How is this possible? The cycle of the heavenly Tao. How can you make the heavenly Tao array's cycle of the heavenly Tao array? Emperor Rosefinch was trapped within and was extremely anxious. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and stared at the great Emperor altar. Under his silver pupils, everything was in the state of particles. However, at this moment, the Emperor altar was a complete entity. Even his silver pupils could not see through it. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan frowned at the Emperor altar. Emperor Rosefinch, who was trapped within, suddenly changed his expression. Rosefinch's celestial realm is in trouble? Emperor Rosefinch suddenly exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored him and continued to operate the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Bastard Yin Chuan, it's you. It's you, isn't it? You sent someone to ambush my Rosefinch's celestial realm? Emperor Rosefinch exclaimed. Yin Chuan still did not say a word. Emperor Rosefinch anxiously sent out energy to fly. However, the moment he left the Emperor altar, he was instantly destroyed by the turbulence. Even Emperor Rosefinch, who was at the peak of the 15th heaven, could not do anything about the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. Bastard! Emperor Rosefinch roared angrily. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array continued to trap Emperor Rosefinch. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch had used many methods, but he could not resist the cycle of the heavenly Tao array. This was not something a human could resist. This was the true power of heaven and earth. Any other power would be laughable in front of it. Emperor Rosefinch was only protected by his Emperor Karmic rank, which was on par with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, without his Emperor Karmic rank, even if Emperor Rosefinch used all his strength, he would still be digested one day. In the distance, Emperor White Tiger and Emperor Xuanwu frowned as they watched. The cycle of the heavenly Tao array? The Great Jin Heavenly Court has gained a firm foothold in the outer East continent. Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Yes, but it's a pity that Emperor Rosefinch will have to return empty-handed again. Emperor White Tiger nodded. Just like that, an entire day passed. During this period, Emperor Rosefinch became more and more anxious as he sensed that Rosefinch's heaven realm was getting more and more damaged. No, bastard! Roar! Emperor Rosefinch roared. He no longer cared about the chaotic flow of the outside world. He gave up on the protection of the Emperor altar and only protected his heart and soul as he flew out of the 3,000 heavenly Tao array. Boom! The turbulent flow washed away a large amount of flesh and blood from Emperor Rosefinch's body. At this time he did not dare to hesitate. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Boom! Emperor Rosefinch rushed out of the 3,000 heavenly dowry. However, he was in a miserable state. His flesh and blood were all over his body, and his right arm was gone. He looked like a skinned corpse standing on the emperor altar. Roar! Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will be back. Roar! Emperor Rosefinch, who was badly mutilated, shouted in grief and indignation. Boom! Emperor Rosefinch shot towards the south. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan waved his hand and put away the 3,000 heavenly dowry. He looked in the direction that Emperor Rosefinch left with a cold gaze. Emperor Karmic rank? Emperor altar? What is it? Even I can't see through it? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sighed. Long live! Long live! Cheers could be heard from Xianyang City. Dazhen's officials were also excited. Although Dazhen had always been tyrannical with the emergence of a group of great emperors, back in the underworld, the Celestial Emperor had to work together with 3 other powerhouses to drive away one great emperor. Ultimately, they were still weaker than the heavenly realm. Now that the Celestial Emperor had driven away the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor, Dazhen had finally become the overlord of the world. Chapter 1445. Great Emperor Rosefinch had left. Xianyang City was filled with cheers. Although it had happened many times, it was different this time. The pressure of the awakening of the second epoch's powerhouse had made countless people worried. Now, Yin Chuan's strength had made everyone less worried. The Yin-Yang Road opened again, and many people from the netherworld quickly entered the Yang realm. Miao was the first to pounce, wanting to see what silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked like. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan didn't like the noise. After dealing with Great Emperor Rosefinch, he turned around and flew back to the Skyward Palace. He walked towards Heaven Pavilion. Miao, don't go, let me see. Miao pounced. Kwang. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan closed the door of Heaven Pavilion. Miao, bad guy. Miao immediately shouted. Outside North Continent Yellow Spring Road, Great Emperor Xuanwu and Great Emperor White Tiger looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. Finally, they stepped back into the netherworld. Netherworld, Rosefinch's heaven realm. Golden Great Emperor waved his golden fist and smashed through more than 10 cultivators. Boom! Ah! Ah! A group of screams was heard, and more than 10 cultivators were sent flying back with heavy injuries. Great Accomplishments experts immediately swarmed forward and captured all of them in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha! Golden Great Emperor was delighted. Golden Great Emperor, it's about time. Let's go, Great Emperor Rosefinch is coming back. Mournful Transformation shouted. Coming back? What a bummer. Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. The others won't fight you head-on. Even if we delay, we can't capture many. This time, we've captured 312 people, which is already a great harvest. Mournful Transformation laughed. Okay, let's go. Golden Great Emperor didn't delay and flew towards the outside East Continent with Mournful Transformation and the others. Another half a day passed. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly appeared in Rosefinch's heaven realm. Although his physical body was previously injured, the loss of his body gradually recovered with the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank. At least on the surface, it looked like it had recovered. The entire city of Rosefinch had been razed to the ground. The ground was in ruins. My lord, you're finally back. My lord. It's Golden Sovereign. My lord, there are also people from Dazhen. A group of hiding subordinates rushed out one after another, each with a sorrowful look on their faces. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was burning with rage. Yin Chuan, Huang Jin, I, Rosefinch, will never forgive you. Roar. Emperor Rosefinch roared furiously. Boom. Emperor Rosefinch's voice reverberated throughout the underworld. Underworld, Outer East Continent's Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Not long after, Golden Sovereign flew over with a group of experts. Ha 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 ha, this is great. Golden Sovereign laughed. Golden Sovereign, take half of each of the 312 prisoners. Yin Chuan looked at the prisoners and said, Okay, but you have to send people back with me to set up the formation. Golden Sovereign emphasized. No problem. Yang Realm, Outer West Continent. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage with a human body was flying rapidly in the direction of Luoyang. Celestial Emperor. We're reaching Luoyang soon. Bai Qi shouted. We're here. Yin Chuan stepped out of the dragon carriage with Mo Yuxi. The 6 dragons continued to fly. Whoosh. In the distance, a group of experts suddenly flew over. The leader was Shangguan Wan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Shangguan Wan of the Great Zhou Imperial Court welcomes Emperor Yan. Shangguan Wan stopped in the distance and shouted. The dragon carriage also stopped. Yin Chuan and Mo Yuxi looked at Shangguan Wan together. Lord Shangguan. Yin Chuan smiled. Shangguan Wan looked at Yin Chuan from beginning to end. Lord Shangguan. Mo Yuxi also shouted excitedly. In the entire Great Zhou Imperial Court, only Shangguan Wan could warm Mo Yuxi's heart. One must know that Mo Yuxi was not liked by Wu Jiong since birth. When she came to the Great Zhou Imperial Court, she was bullied everywhere. Only Shangguan Wan helped Mo Yuxi time and time again. Therefore, Mo Yuxi was very grateful to Shangguan Wan. Shangguan Wan looked at Mo Yuxi and suddenly smiled. Empress of Great Zhen? Mo Yuxi, haha, welcome back. Mo Yuxi smiled happily. Emperor Yan, and Tongtian sect leader have already set up a banquet in Luoyang. Everyone please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. However, Yin Chuan had some doubts in his heart. Based on his friendship with Tongtian, he should not have received him together with Wu Jiong. He should have received him privately. But now, why was he holding a banquet with Wu Jiong? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yuxi. Mo Yuxi was also very smart. She immediately asked about Shangguan Wan. Lord Shangguan, how did you know we were coming? Mo Yuxi smiled. Everyone flew side by side toward Luoyang. Tongtian sect leader saw us and asked me to receive you nearby. Shangguan Wan said very politely. Seeing that Shangguan Wan was polite, Mo Yuxi frowned slightly. After all, Mo Yuxi was her benefactor. But now she was so polite to her. This made Mo Yuxi very uncomfortable. Yin Chuan also seemed to have noticed this. Shangguan Wan was still polite, but her politeness to Mo Yuxi was a little too formal. What is the difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong in the Great Zhou dynasty? Mo Yuxi asked softly. This question was actually a little out of the ordinary. Difference between Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong? Also, she had called Wu Jiong by her name. If it were someone else, it would not matter. The key was that Wu Jiong was Mo Yuxi's birth mother. However, Shangguan Wan was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, in the Great Zhou dynasty, the Celestial Emperor is the leader. Tongtian sect leader is a guest. Shangguan Wan's attitude was calm, but it was this calm attitude that made Yin Chuan frown slightly. Shangguan Wan did not have any opinion about Mo Yuxi's tone at all. While frowning, the group quickly arrived outside Luoyang. In the distance, the Sea of Providence kept churning. On a huge floating island, Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong stood at the front, welcoming Yin Chuan from afar. Seeing this scene, Yin Chuan was even more confused. The Celestial Emperor has been waiting for a long time. Yin Emperor, please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Qi, Jin Deyu, you two don't need to enter the city with the dragon carriage. Yuxi and I can enter. Yin Chuan said. Bai Qi was an old follower of Yin Chuan. Naturally, he could hear the confusion in Yin Chuan's voice. Yes, Bai Qi answered. Shangguan Wan frowned slightly, but she did not say anything. Please. Shangguan Wan smiled. Yin Chuan and Mo Yuxi nodded and flew onto the huge floating island. Ha 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 ha, Yin Chuan, long time no see. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and looked at the crowd. Wu Jiong was also staring at Yin Chuan at this moment. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and he acted as if he did not see Mo Yuxi. Mo Yuxi frowned and sighed. Please, Wu Jiong and I have already prepared a banquet. We're just waiting for you. The Tongtian sect leader said. Yin Chuan nodded. Please, Wu Jiong said. Everyone quickly entered the main hall. In the main hall, Wu Jiong sat on the main seat. Yin Chuan, and Mo Yushi sat on the 2 seats on the left. The Tongtian sect leader and a man in a green robe sat on the 2 seats on the right. Some maids quickly filled their cups with wine. There were a total of 5 seats. Wu Jiong, the Tongtian sect leader, Yen Chuan, Mo Yushi, and a man in a green robe? Who was this person? Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yen Chuan carefully observed this person's cultivation. Ancient immortal? He was merely an ancient immortal. He was actually on the same level as the Tongtian sect leader. Yen Chuan could not help but be curious. Yen Chuan knew about the Tongtian sect leader and Wu Jiong at all times. But where did this man in a green robe come from? Yen Chuan, thank you for coming this time. Let me toast you. The Tongtian sect leader raised his wine cup and said, between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. Yen Chuan smiled and drank with him. The Tongtian sect leader seemed to be too polite today. The Tongtian sect leader, Wu Jiong, and the man in a green robe all stared at Yen Chuan. Their eyes flashed. As for Mo Yushi, it was as if they did not see her. Yen Chuan was even more curious. He looked at the man in a green robe and asked, may I know who this is? Wu Jiong smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is my minister of Great Zhou, number 108. Oh, number 108? Yen Chuan was surprised. Then he immediately laughed and said, what a unique name. Ha ha ha, Yen Chuan, don't underestimate him. Although he's an ancient immortal, he has a specialty. Even I can't compare to him. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Yen Chuan looked at the Tongtian sect leader strangely. Why would he praise an ancient immortal so much? Oh, specialty. Yen Chuan was curious. Number 108, show it to Yen Di. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Yes. Number 108 nodded. Then, under the curious gaze of Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi, he walked to the center of the hall and faced Yen Chuan. Number 108 looked at Yen Chuan with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Excitement? Yen Chuan was puzzled. Yen Di, watch carefully, Number 108 said. Then he suddenly took out a long sword. Slash! The sword pierced through his heart and pierced through his body. Ah! He broke his own purple palace? Mo Yushi's mouth was wide open. Was this the rhythm of suicide? Could it be that he's not going to die from suicide? Mo Yushi reacted quickly. Pfft! The man in green spat out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, the man in green was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he was about to die. Yen Chuan. Mo Yushi. Was this the rhythm of death? This man looked like he was about to die. However, at this moment, the man in green was smiling. Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi were puzzled. Then, the man in green opened his arms and said to Yen Chuan, Yen Di, watch carefully. Suddenly, all the hair on Yen Chuan's body stood on end. The man in green suddenly shouted, Exchange! A huge beam of green light shot out from the man in green towards Yen Chuan. Boom! The green light connected Yen Chuan and the dying man in green. What? Mo Yushi suddenly exclaimed. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jiong and the sect leader of Tongtian suddenly laughed. Yen Chuan was enveloped by the green light. It was as if he couldn't move at all. His eyes were filled with shock. Yen Chuan felt as if his thoughts were being imprisoned. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. The green light suddenly disappeared. Yen Chuan suddenly regained his consciousness. Bastard, cough cough cough. Yen Chuan shouted angrily. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he seriously injured? Why was he so weak? Something's wrong. Yen Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw that he was sitting beside Mo Yushi. No, his body was sitting beside Mo Yushi. His consciousness and body were separated. He looked down at himself. A long sword was stabbed into his chest. His vitality was weakening. He was about to die. I became the man in green. The man in green became me? Exchange? The sixth god in the world was swapped. I was swapped. The man in green suddenly exclaimed. Yen Chuan, are you okay? On the other side, Mo Yushi pulled Yen Chuan's body. Ha 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 ha, of course I'm fine. Mo Yushi? Get down. Yen Chuan's body suddenly slapped towards Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi's eyes widened. Why did Yen Chuan attack her? Why did he attack her? Yushi, be careful. That's not me. The man in green ignored his injuries and shouted. Boom! His palm slapped Emoyushi's body. Emoyushi was not prepared. She was instantly heavily injured. She flew backwards and crashed into a huge pillar. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Emoyushi was stunned. What happened? Yen Chuan's body stood up. He suddenly shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, power, it's really endless power. From now on, I have all of Yen Chuan's power. Ha 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 ha. The man in green in the middle of the hall clutched his wound. His face was filled with disbelief. Tongtian, you lied to me? The man in green held his chest and shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha. It seems like our acting was not bad. Tongtian suddenly laughed. That's right. Ha 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 ha. Yen Chuan was also fooled. Wu Jiong also laughed. Emoyushi covered her wound and looked at everyone in shock. Emoyushi's mind was in a mess. Yen Chuan hit her? Why? Why? Yushi, that's not me. That's not Yen Chuan. I'm Yen Chuan. The man in green held his chest and shouted in pain. What? Emoyushi looked at the man in green in shock. The sixth god in the world swapped beasts. He just swapped my body. He stole my fate soul body and swapped my true spirit and thoughts. I'm Yen Chuan. He's the man in green. The man in green shouted to Emoyushi. How could this be? How could this be? Emoyushi shouted in shock. Hurry, take me away. Wu Jiong, Tongtian, no. The entire Great Zhou Sky Court has been taken over by the swapping beasts. The swapping beasts have swapped all of the powerful beings here. Hurry, take me away from here. The man in green ran towards Emoyushi with difficulty. All of the powerful beings in the Great Zhou Sky Court had been taken over by the swapping beasts? Emoyushi suddenly quivered. She looked at Yen Chuan's body not far away, then looked at the man in the green robe. For a moment, she didn't want to believe this was the truth. But Emoyushi rushed towards the man in green. Ha ha, leave. Do you think you can escape? That body of mine just now had destroyed the Purple Palace. I have all of your powers. Do you think you can escape from me? Yen Chuan's body smiled evilly. Boom! Yen Chuan's body's hair turned blood red. The hall was instantly covered by a sea of blood. This was Yen Chuan's blood sea mystic art. Chapter 1446. As soon as the blood sea appeared, half of the hall was instantly filled. Skirich, Wu Jiong, and Yen Chuan's body stood on the blood sea. All of them looked extremely satisfied. At that moment, the green-robed man was completely powerless to resist. The three of them also relaxed. Emoyushi rushed to the green-robed man. Yen Chuan, how are you? Emoyushi grabbed the dying green-robed man. How am I? Ha ha ha, my purple mansion realm has been destroyed and I can no longer fight back. Ha ha ha, the blood sea divine ability is indeed powerful. I've long wanted to have it. Yen Chuan's body laughed. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A large emerald green tree suddenly appeared. Firmament cypress tree? Ha ha ha, it's all mine now. Yen Chuan's body laughed. Universe and palm, come out. Yen Chuan's body shouted. However, there was no universe and palm at that moment. What's going on? Why can't I use this divine ability? Yen Chuan's body's face sank. Skirich said, it's nothing. The blood sea divine ability comes from the bloodline. You seized Yen Chuan's bloodline, so you naturally know how to use it. The firmament cypress tree comes from Yen Chuan's soul. You seized Yen Chuan's soul, so you can use it too. However, the universe in palm should be a knowledge-type divine ability. You don't have Yen Chuan's memories, so how can you use it? I see. Yen Chuan's body said. Something's wrong. Yen Chuan's body suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. What's wrong? Yen Chuan's body's hands suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light appeared, it instantly illuminated the entire hall. The brilliance of the light suppressed the aura of the entire blood sea. Ha 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 ha. What a treasure. Yen Chuan actually has such a treasure in his palm. Is this a gloved Dharma treasure? What a powerful Dharma treasure. Yen Chuan's body said in ecstasy. The Dao hand was a magic treasure from the first epoch. How could it not be powerful? Wu Jiong and Tongtian's bodies surrounded him. Let me see. Wu Jiong stepped forward. That won't do. After exchanging for beast number 9, you've already gotten everything from Wu Jiong. Why do you have to fight with me for everything from Yin Chuan? Wu Jiong should have a lot of treasures, right? Yin Chuan's body laughed. And you, exchange for beast number 7, Tong Tian sect leader's immortal slaying sword. No one will compete with you for anything that belongs to Tong Tian sect leader. Don't think about my things. Yin Chuan's body quickly withdrew the white light in his hand, just as the 3 exchange beasts were paying attention to the Dao hand. Let's go! The green-robed man shouted. Ming! Emoyushi suddenly transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Boom! He broke through the main hall with a loud bang. With the green-robed man in tow, he quickly flew towards the outside world. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Yin Chuan's expression also changed. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body shouted. The green-robed man and Emoyushi were like turtles in a jar. How could they escape? Boom! The rolling sea of blood instantly covered the sky. Emoyushi and Tong Tian sect leader, who had just flown out, were instantly submerged by the sea of blood. While the sea of blood was submerged, countless blood gods' clones rushed towards Emoyushi. Ming! The phoenix sang loudly. Her 12 tails turned into 12 reincarnations. With a violent stir, more than half of the sea of blood was shattered. Emoyushi had already flown out of the city with a long howl. Impossible! When did Emoyushi become so strong? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Tong Tian sect leader took out the immortal slaying sword. Immortal slaying sword. Boom! A sword light shot into the distance. The sword broke through the void, shattering a large piece of the void. The sword light traversed billions of miles, and instantly reached the back of the Black Phoenix. Boom! The immortal slaying sword was unstoppable. With one slash, Emoyushi's 12 tails were severely injured. Ming! Emoyushi screamed in pain. 6 of the 12 reincarnations were destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. Emoyushi was also severely injured. However, Emoyushi did not dare to hesitate. She continued to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? Yin Chuan's body glared and chased after her. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leaders' expressions changed drastically. Level 15? Emoyushi is also at level 15? Tong Tian sect leader exclaimed. You should know that Emoyushi is at level 15. Someone had just swapped her body. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. Emoyushi has already been severely injured by me. I'm going to capture her now. Tong Tian sect leader's expression darkened. Kwang! Not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. The door opened, and a man in a green robe slowly walked out. The man carried a huge green gourd on his back. The shape of the gourd was similar to the immortal slaying gourd and the Hongmeng gourd. However, it was green. Number 1. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader said respectfully. She ran away again? The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. We did not expect Emoyushi to reach level 15. This is too strange. Wu Jiong frowned. Number 7 too. The man in green robe shouted. Instantly, a man in an official's robe flew over from Luoyang City. Follow me to exchange for Emoyushi's body. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Number 72, who looked like an official, replied. You guys stay in Luoyang and stabilize the Great Zhou dynasty. Do not let anything happen. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Yes. Wu Jiong and Tong Tian sect leader replied. The man in green robe threw the gourd on his back. Fire crow gourd enlarge. Boom. The green fire crow gourd instantly enlarged. The man in green robe and number 72 stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. The two of them quickly chased after the place where Emoyushi disappeared. They did not chase for long before they encountered Yin Chuan's body. Number 108, you are not fast enough. Come up. The man in green robe said in a low voice. Okay. Number 108 answered and stepped onto the fire crow gourd. Boom. His speed increased once again as he shot into the distance. He chased after Emoyushi and the variant body Yin Chuan. Underworld Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan was in the middle of a court meeting. Buzz. Zombie Yin Chuan's body trembled and immediately stood up. Exchange beasts. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. Cut it off. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. In an instant, the connection with the human Yin Chuan was cut off. zombie Yin Chuan, and the human Yin Chuan were originally one. Suddenly, a new consciousness rushed into his mind. Zombie Yin Chuan immediately knew that something was wrong and cut off the connection with the human body. The human body was no longer Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. Once again, Zombie Yin Chuan could not contact the human body. No, it was that he had cut off the connection. Zombie Yin Chuan did not want the exchange beast to know. The two Yin Chuan shared the same thought, and decided that they had to keep it a secret. At that time, the exchange beast was immersed in its boundless power and powerful divine ability. It did not notice the sudden change in its body's consciousness. Perhaps it thought that it was not adapting to the new body. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Li Si asked in confusion. All corps commanders Lu Gang and the Prime Minister stay. Everyone else, immediately withdraw from court. Everyone, stay 1,000 feet away from the central hall, quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Yes, the officials immediately responded. All the guards, eunuchs, and ordinary officials quickly left. Suddenly, only Yin Chuan's most important subordinates were left in the main hall. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Yifeng immediately asked. Lu Gang, immediately send someone to send a message to Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Tell them to quickly escape from Luoyang. Don't trust anyone, not even my body. Immediately escape to a safe place, and wait for my next arrangements. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan glared. Yes. Lu Gang did not dare to hesitate, and immediately went to the communication hall to send the message. My body has been exchanged. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. What? The officials' expressions changed. Yifeng, immediately notify all of Great Zhen's people in the Western Outer Continent that from now on, they are not to contact me. Those who do will be punished for treason. Moreover, before receiving news from the Great Qin city, all spies, regardless of whether they are superior or inferior, are not to contact me. Everyone is to be separated and not to contact each other. Yin Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. Yifeng immediately left the main hall to notify all of Great Zhen's people in the Western Outer Continent. The entire central hall fell into an extremely tense state. Celestial Emperor, is everything all right over there? Li Si asked. I don't know. Wait for Yu Shi to send a message. Zombie Yin Chuan said with a frown. Yes, the officials were worried. Go, send a message to Miao and have her come immediately. Zombie Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Tian replied and flew out of the main hall. Western Outer Continent, Luoyang City. Zombie Yin Chuan quickly made arrangements. Before Mou she could break out of Luoyang City, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu received news from the Great Qin City. The 6 dragons did not receive any news, but the 2 commanders' expressions changed. Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly put away the dragon carriage. What is it? Dragon Fifth asked curiously. It's the Celestial Emperor's orders. Don't waste time and come with us. Bai Qi shouted. Bai Qi had received Yin Chuan's signal, so he had stayed outside Luoyang City and hid in a secluded place. This place was not under Luoyang City's surveillance, and Shangguan only knew the general location. Whoosh! The group of people quickly ran through the forest. Boom! In the distance, a massive explosion sounded out. Mou Yushi let out a long cry and quickly flew away with the azure-robed man. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu looked up and saw that Yin Chuan was chasing after Mou Yushi. The 2 of them were confused, but they did not dare to hesitate. Following this, a gigantic green-skinned gourd carried the 2 of them away. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the others ran even faster. At this moment, at the palace, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu? Men, capture them immediately. Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! A large number of experts rushed towards where Bai Qi had been. Shangguan flew at the front. Not good. Celestial Emperor, they've escaped. Shangguan shouted anxiously outside the city. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. They can't escape. You stay in Luoyang City. I'll find them. Tong Tian harumphed coldly. Boom! Tong Tian rushed out of Luoyang City and quickly searched for Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu were running through the forest. Suddenly they saw Tong Tian flying out. Tong Tian. Jean Dayu's expression changed. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. Jean Dayu, the two of us are no match for Tong Tian. Once he finds us, none of us will be able to escape. Now each of us take 3 dragons and run. One of us must escape. Okay. Jean Dayu replied. Boom! The 8 of them immediately split up and ran. Chapter 1447. Yushi was heavily injured. She carried the green-robed man, who was the variant body Yin Chuan, and quickly fled. Her speed had already reached the limit. Is there someone following us? Yushi anxiously asked. Continue. Don't stop. Once we leave this territory we will be saved. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his wound and shouted. Yushi was still somewhat worried. The variant body Yin Chuan said with a gloomy expression. Don't worry. I will definitely take back what I lost. Ming. The dark phoenix let out a long cry and increased its speed. Exchange Beast number 1 stepped on the fire crow gourd and quickly chased after the variant body Yin Chuan and Yushi with number 72 and number 108. Sitting on the back of the black phoenix, Yin Chuan gently pulled out the long sword from his chest. He carefully controlled the strength of this body and constantly stabilized his injury. Qi. When the long sword was pulled out, blood immediately spurted out. Yin Chuan, are you alright? Yushi asked worriedly. I'm fine. The variant body Yin Chuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. We are about to leave this territory. We are about to leave this territory. I can already see the sea in front. Yushi said. At this moment, Yin Chuan clutched his chest as he saw a huge green gourd slowly approaching him from afar. They are coming. Yushi, enter the sea and escape from the bottom of the sea. They won't be able to find us. The variant body Yin Chuan covered his chest and said. Yushi replied. Carrying the variant body Yin Chuan, she charged into the sea. Bang! Countless waves appeared as Yushi charged into the depths of the sea. Boom! Exchange Beast number 1 instantly arrived at the sea. The sea was churning and rolling, endless as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Yushi's figure was nowhere to be seen. The vast ocean roared and churned. Not good. Number 1, they escaped through the sea. It won't be easy to track them now. Number 108 of Yin Chuan's body said worriedly. It's alright. None of them can escape. Number 1 said coldly. As he spoke, the fire crow gourd also returned to its original size. The green-robed man gently patted the gourd and shouted. Let's go on a trip, baby. With a shout, flames poured out of the flame crow bottle gourd. As soon as they appeared, they took the shape of numerous enormous crows. However, these crows were not crows, but flames that burned everything in their path. Endless flames covered the sky and covered the earth. Instantly, the entire world seemed to be burning red. Treasure, let's go on a trip. Number 1 shouted again. Wah! 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 The cries of countless crows shook the heavens and the earth as they dove toward the sea below. Boom! The coast was instantly dyed red, and the seawater in the sea instantly evaporated. Countless fire crows, about 1 million of them. 1 million fire crows were like 1 million huge suns diving into the sea. Biziti, biziti, bizisti. The sound of seawater evaporating could be heard, and the water vapor rushed out in all directions like a storm. Boom! A part of the sea instantly dried up, and countless sea creatures were instantly roasted. The seawater evaporated completely, revealing countless trenches. Above the trenches, a huge fire erupted. Flames rose from the bottom of the sea, and all the vegetation was quickly burned. All the creatures were quickly turned into dried corpses, roasted, and then set on fire. Wah! 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 1 million fire crows went on a trip. For a moment, everywhere they went, there was a storm-like water vapor, and the sea was evaporated. Go! Number 1 yelled. They chased after Yushi's group that was escaping at the bottom of the sea. 1 million fire crows flew quickly, and everywhere they passed, the seawater dried up, and a flaming desert rose. There was also a large amount of seawater in the distant sea that wanted to rush over. But the violent evaporation forced the seawater to stay away. What a powerful fire crow bottle gourd! Number 72 exclaimed, The three of them drove 1,000,000 fire crows on a trip, and the scene was spectacular. At the bottom of the sea, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi were worried that their movements would be too big, so they found a place to hide for a while. However, when they saw the seawater boiling and evaporating in the distance, the two knew that it was not the time to hide. Hide! 1,000,000 fire crows were about to arrive. Gourd? Another powerful gourd. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Let's go! Yin Chuan shouted. Mo Yushi nodded and continued to flee. Number 1, who was controlling 1,000,000 fire crows, suddenly sniffed. Over there, the aura of reincarnation. Phoenix's aura. Number 1's eyes lit up. Under his quick command, the millions of flames quickly evaporated the sea and chased after Yin Chuan. Wah! 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 The fire crows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were like the sun that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling in a single direction. After the fire crows, torrential rain began to fall from all directions. The seawater in the entire sea evaporated into the air and quickly condensed back down. The torrential rain was so heavy that countless practitioners in the surroundings could not even breathe in this torrential rain, burning the sea and the sky. The practitioners at the border of the territory were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. It was too terrifying. Who was this person that could actually burn the entire sea? And he was continuously burning it. 1,000,000 fire crows were aggressive. How were these still fire crows? They were clearly 1,000,000 suns rolling across the sea. No matter how big the sea was, could it withstand the heat from the sun? Furthermore, it was 1,000,000 suns. Countless practitioners did not even dare to have the thought of chasing after them to watch. Who could guarantee that the fire crow would suddenly snap and fly towards them? Mo Yushi and Yin Chuan quickly traversed the bottom of the sea. In order to not cause too much of a commotion, their speed could not be too fast. As such, they could only be chased by the traveling flames. Outside Luoyang City, although Bai Qi and Jin Deyu were fast, they were still much slower than Mo Yushi. Furthermore, they were close to the ground and could not fly as fast as they wanted. The beast used to exchange for the Tongtian sect leader had finally grasped the Tongtian sect leader's power. After searching a large area for a while, they finally found some clues. After all, it was inconvenient to travel through the forest. Bai Qi and Jin Deyu thought of going underwater. However, there were more rivers inland. The two groups entered two different rivers. After a while, the Tongtian sect leader followed the clues and finally found them. Haha, you want to go down with the river? Unfortunately, your opponent is me. The sect leader of Tongtian shouted. He suddenly swung the Zhu Xian sword at the river. Boom! Under the ferocious sword intent, the entire river flowed upstream. A large section of the river was instantly cleared. Jin Deyu and the three dragons were immediately exposed. Not good, scatter and run, Jin Deyu exclaimed. Roar! The three dragons roared. Jin Deyu instantly transformed into a three-legged golden crow and shot in 4 directions. Run! In front of me, where can you run? The Tongtian sect leader shouted. With a loud shout, his figure flashed and turned into 4 afterimages that shot in 4 directions. Zhu Xian! The 4 afterimages shouted at the same time. Boom! Jin Deyu and the other 3 were instantly stopped. Dang! Jin Deyu's divine emperor bell appeared. A distant sound rumbled in all directions. Wah! Jin Deyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader, who had merged into 4 afterimages. In another river, Bai Qi and the 3 dragons flowed downstream. Looking at Jin Deyu, who was fighting in the distance, his face was filled with anxiety. Sir, should we go and help Jin Deyu? Dragon 5th frowned. No, we can't save him. Let's leave this place first. Quick, while Jin Deyu is holding the Tongtian sect leader back. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Okay. The 3 dragons looked helpless. Boom! Bai Qi and the rest quickly fled. On the other side, Jin Deyu and the 3 dragons were fighting the Tongtian sect leader. Hiss! Boom! Boom! Under the Tongtian sect leader's sword light, the 4 of them were no match for him. Haha, Jin Deyu? Not bad. Come back with me. Coincidentally, there are some among us whose cultivation is too low. You are the best. Ha ha ha. The Tongtian sect leader laughed. Chaos Bell. Dang! The sound waves rushed towards the Tongtian sect leader like a surging river. Disperse! With a single slash, the sound wave river was dispersed. The other 3 dragons fled. Slash! 3 sword lights rushed towards the 3 dragons. Boom! Boom! Puff! The dragons spat out blood and instantly withered. Wah! Jin Deyu charged at the Tongtian sect leader without any regard for his life. Ignorant. The Tongtian sect leader snorted. He waved the sword in his hand quickly. Purple sword lights shot out, leaving bloody wounds on Jin Deyu's body. You are still far from enough. The Tongtian sect leader said coldly. It was a one-sided battle. If the Tongtian sect leader did not capture them, he would have killed Jin Deyu and the rest. Roar! The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. The 3-legged golden crow roared ferociously. Yin Chuan. He can't even protect himself. Humph. The Tongtian sect leader said disdainfully. At this moment, not far from the main battlefield of the Tongtian sect, there was a mountain peak. A man in a yellow robe stood on the peak of the mountain. His robe was fluttering in the breeze. He was carrying a huge yellow gourd on his back. Immortal slaying gourd. The man in the yellow robe was Sha Di. Sha Di looked at Luoyang City in the distance, and then looked at the battle between the Tongtian sect leader and Jin Deyu. Suddenly he squinted his eyes. How dare you insult the realm of the gods? Humph. Sha Di snorted. There was a flash of killing intent in his snort. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader was getting impatient. He waved the immortal slaying sword in his hand and said, Humph. Immortal slaying sword. Boom! The purple sword light pierced towards Jin Deyu, like a heavenly sword. Wherever the sword light appeared, a huge sword-shaped storm seemed to form in the surroundings. It locked onto Jin Deyu, making him unable to move. In desperation, Jin Deyu said bitterly, Ancestor, I am unfilial. I can't recreate the glory of the ancient times. Just when Jin Deyu was in despair, a loud shout was heard. Baby, please turn around. It was Sha Di who threw out the immortal slaying gourd when Jin Deyu was about to be killed. A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd. The immortal slaying flying saber rushed towards the immortal slaying sword. The Tongtian sect leader's face changed. He changed the direction of the immortal slaying sword and stabbed at the immortal slaying flying saber. The immortal slaying sword vs the immortal slaying flying saber. Boom! A single collision caused the void to explode and shatter. The saber and the sword separated. Jin Deyu escaped instantly. Jin Deyu looked at Sha Di in surprise. Ancestor. Jin Deyu frowned. This is the second time. Sha Di saved me for the second time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.